We are so thrilled that you are here this morning. I'm sure you had a great, long evening last night after a long day. By now, I'm sure you have all downloaded the app, which I did yesterday. I also am aware that it is an interesting way to view content live. Please do, if you are only attending today, and engage with the Emit virtual platform, where there are also certain actions. You will see on the leaderboard, and if you are active, you stand a chance of winning the goodie bags. Welcome to the online delegates. Tap and watch the live stream, and I hope there is a demonstration. I can't see the screen. Tap and watch the live stream. It's our live stage where you can make use of the emoticon to show how much you enjoy the content and speakers. Simply click on the emotion icon at the bottom of the live stream. To engage with us, make use of the chat box on the right-hand side. If you have questions, simply click on the Q&A tab and ask away. To take part in polls, click on the polls tab and vote for the option that is most appropriate. During the lunch networking breaks, you are welcome to join the virtual exhibitions we have available. Simply click back on the arrow session on the top right-hand corner and navigate to virtually booth to join our sponsor booth, chat or join a table to engage with any sponsor. Simply turn on your mic and camera to interact with the booth representative. To network, head over to our lounge area and network with other attendees by joining the table and turning your mic and your video on. At the end of the program today, just after the last panel, we will announce the top 5 on the leaderboard. You will get your prizes sent to you by courier, so make sure your registration details are accurate so that we can communicate with you. The goodie bags have been sponsored by Microsoft. Another exciting announcement is that, please, we have a photo booth at any time convenient. You can head over to the Gordon Harris photo booth and have your pics taken. We will upload them on the conference app by the end of the day. Before I forget, another important announcement is that before the tea break, we will please ask that at the direction of Ms. Mabogo, we take a group photo. She will advise us on where we should be going. And lastly, on the announcement, I'm happy you are now seated. Please, may I remind you to complete your surveys also on the online app. We'd love to get your inputs and feedback on your experiences for the past 2 days. Thank you very much. Dimacheloni again. My name is Bonani Nechandama. I'm the Director Community Engagement, and I'll be facilitating the program this morning. So to start off, I have been aware already earlier on that our welcome address this morning from Ms. Malini Maharaj, she's already ready for that presentation. And I want to just check if we may start. I may ask her to the podium. Thank you. Ms. Malini, over to you. Yesterday has been great. Those of you who were with us yesterday would agree that we had some exciting, excellent sessions. I'm hoping I will get from the show of hands if our welcome address, which is virtual, is ready. If Ms. Malini is ready. But I thought in the meantime I could just be reflecting a bit on my experiences and my interactions with yesterday's session. Certainly there were mostly inspiring and thoughtful presentation, which started with the welcome address from our Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Nthambeleni. Mr. Sikutali Nyangaitsimbi set the tone for us. And I was beautifully inspired because he kept on saying that we hope, or he hoped, we will cover certain aspects. Like, you remember the case presentations about the CEOs on the floor, engaging and interacting with the workers. So with that, over to you once again for the welcome address. May I call to the virtual platform Ms. Malini Maharaj. Over to you.
Good morning to all. It gives me immense pleasure to do the welcome this morning. After all those beautiful, excellent presentations, I hope that I can, raise the bar a little bit and try to, engage in terms of the conversations for the risk sector. Everybody knows that I am the risk chairperson for Univen, and hence it gives me immense pleasure to, welcome everybody today to this risk conversation. I would like to say that I'm not going to repeat what other presenters have said. Safe to say that I fully concur with most of the views. I'm going to go straight off to say I wish I could be there in person, but as we all know, there are various challenges that one can't escape. I am going to start with what I think the literature says about risk and what are the challenges that we face in the sector of the universities. So it has been well established in literature that all types of organizations are faced with risk stemming from strategic, operational, financial, and compliance environments, regardless of the economic sector. The education sector is not immune to disruptions stemming from both internal and external environments. Aspects such as unpaid student loans, ineffective leadership, procurement practices that are not, fully compliant, IT network integrity, and student violence on campus has caused a lot of problems amongst the sectors. Previous studies have also further outlined that universities are faced with risks that are inherent to their operations, which are not faced by other types of organizations, such as observation of the quality of education, residential, infrastructure, attraction and retention of students, and collaboration with other institutions. Risks also stem from outside factors such as competition, scrutiny from regulators, government agencies, e-learning, globalization, and lack of funds to pursue strategic goals and remain competitive in the globalized environment. HEIs are vulnerable to disruptions such as technological advancements, operational complexities, and globalization. Therefore, HEIs need to develop risk management strategies to manage these uncertainties. However, universities are often associated with a small city as they consist of different campuses, faculties with different heads and stakeholders, industry and compliance requirements. Thus, risk managers are challenged with the daunting task of identifying and treating complex risks throughout different campuses with different structures and procedures. Additionally, universities have a higher loss rate than industry sectors due to vandalism and lack of funds for strategic objectives. The costs of claims at universities for both financial and reputational damage can be significant due to their reliance on government subsidies, operational complexities, competitive operational environment with global players, and e-learning. Although the enterprise risk management concepts are useful for HEIs, they are frequently presented in a complicated manner and difficult to translate to the educational sector. According to the National Association of College and University Business Officers, this is due to the lack of buy-in from management, clear role and objectives, lack of risk content, and involvement of top management in effective ERM programs. Thus, according to Brewer and Walker, universities increasingly recognize the significance of effective risk management. However, their focus has been on preventing risk from occurring and managing risk after the event, as few universities integrate risk within their quality assurance regime or strategic planning. South Africa is home to some of the best universities in Africa, with a reputation for delivering quality in research and teaching. These universities attract students and talent from all over the globe and collaborate with international universities. Consequently, there is increasingly the attention and desire for South African HEIs to continue striving and producing top skilled, competent workforce and future leaders, as education has a role to play in the prosperity of the South African economy. Nevertheless, in recent years, South African universities have not been able to escape their fair share of challenges because of difficult operating conditions, regulatory pressure, competition due to globalization and e learning, and of course, increasing funding uncertainties. This has resulted in the recent disruptions as the new generation of students have different expectations, such as free higher education due to mass education of the previously disadvantaged races. Thus, South African universities have been forced to change their long term plans due to the rapid challenges and increased pressure to ensure sustainability. Consequently, South African universities had to develop and implement response strategies to proactively manage these challenges. A significant component of this process is strengthening the ERM at universities to ensure uncertainties that have been identified, assessed, and the strategic responses that are developed to mitigate such uncertainty. In undertaking to manage risk and ensure sustainability, universities adopted risk management practices from the business sector. Universities are perceived as substantially different from other profit generating entities and non-profit organizations due to their strategic goals, social organization, and operational complexities. Many universities recognize that having an effective risk management process that is fully supported by the council increases the likelihood of achieving the university's objectives. It also allows better allocation of resources and increases transparency in the uncertain times as channels of information are within a systemic process. It can be said that risk management helps an HEI maintain its competitive edge, sustain its integrity, reputation, and effectively manage risks. Some of the aspects that I've noted with regards to generic risks at universities are the following, and I'm sure you would agree with me. Quality of teaching and learning, funding that guarantees financial stability, appropriateness of support programs for students, availability of adequate human resources, quality of supervision in postgraduate studies. We've also heard about the postdoctoral study issue yesterday. Cross-cutting entrepreneurial content, the expectation of stakeholders and understanding the role of the university, ability to maintain and measure the impact of community engagement projects, ability to track and measure impact of interventions on student performance, level of institutional research culture and capacity, procedures and capacity to identify patentable research, assigning of responsibility for entrepreneurial initiatives, level of competency, which is our staff, students, and community, the level of autonomy and independence relinquished to obtain donor funding, uptake of mentorship programs, business intelligence to support decision making based on sound data collection and management, the cybersecurity issues, the compliance with policies and procedures, operationalism of MOUs and MOAs and collaborations, and preparations for exchange programs. Let us not talk and not forget about the ESCOM issue and the water issue and the power cuts and the maintenance issues and the load shedding. And so developing nations observe that studies from developing countries tend to examine the level of compliance with mandatory disclosures. And because of a relaxed enforcement policy compared to that of developed countries, when one uses annual reports, we look at the issue of proxy of risk management. And so, practices within the higher education institutions in South Africa, the main finding is that South Africa's higher education institutions do not appear to have embraced risk management as a key process in them and their activities due to the lack of the necessary structures. It has been observed, for instance, that higher education institutions have not been able to leverage the risk management process or to exploit the opportunities so that they can improve the performance of the universities concerned. Further, the combined assurance process seems to be totally lacking within some higher education institutions in South Africa. The main downside with this would be there could be a duplication of efforts amongst different assurance providers due to the lack of a coordinated assurance activity process. Institutions facing this problem would be unable to leverage the efforts of other assurance providers as no other one knows what the other is doing. There could be assurance fatigue resulting in resistance to participate by the risk owners. Higher education institutions should investigate putting in place the process of this combined assurance. It was observed also that compliance with the predetermined set statements was around only 50%. For those who have not demonstrated these practices, the concern would be around the way decisions are made, as it appears that risks may not necessarily be considered. As higher education institutions in South Africa continue to face challenges, they would possibly be revising their strategies to consider the recent happenings, every strategic decision being undertaken, and should be accompanied by a proper risk assessment to identify potential pitfalls, i.e., the threats, or take advantage of the results that are good and those opportunities. From the speakers yesterday, it was noted that we need greater local and international collaboration with various stakeholders. We also need the QCTO to perhaps work a little bit faster and to engage with us more regularly. I trust that you will enjoy the conference today and all the very reputed, renowned speakers, and I declare the conference open. Thank you.
Many thanks to the Risk Management Committee Chairperson, Univen, Ms. Manini Maharaj. I will be sharing some reflections on her opening remarks, and thank you so much for that, which for me was sort of a recap of yesterday in many ways. As I do that, may I remind the session chairs that we are sharing this platform this morning, but I'm in charge, and I'm going to give you the look if you are not checking the time. And if that look doesn't work, I will stand up and intimidate you on the stage. So with that, as I say what I say, and in gratitude of Ms. Manini's opening remarks, I'd like to request Wo Shazia and his team to be ascending the stage and taking the platform. As I do that, I want to appreciate Ms. Maharaj as a reminder of the complexity of the environments in which we are talking strategic risk leadership this morning. She reminded us of generic risks. She listed most of them, the quality of teaching and learning, the quality of supervision, the culture, lack of patentable research. I am expecting you and your team, chair of the session. Are they coming? Oh, they are online. Okay, thank you. So I can shut up and give you the opportunity to now take over from here. But sufficing to say, a lot of food for thought, a reminder, a reflection from Ms. Maharaj, and thank you. Over to you, Bo Shazia, our CFO, Univen.
Can I be heard? Yeah, sounds like it. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for trekking all the way to Thohoyandou to be with us. We appreciate the time, we appreciate the support. A lot of things were said yesterday by the different speakers that are quite pertinent to our discussion this morning. Somebody talked about the concept of wicked problems that call on us to find creative solutions, bold solutions. The courage to make hard decisions, the courage to make unpopular decisions. Our topic of discussion today will be looking at our economy. Let me actually read the title. Sorry, I have to press a few buttons. The collapse of the SA economy as a reality, impact and options for higher education institutions. So, I am a chief financial officer of a university. I see the money, I see it drying up, I see it being at risk of being misused because people overprice, because people hope to do nefarious things to be able to survive. And that all talks to the state of our economy, the desperation that you see, the job opportunities that are not there. So our discussion today will really be around how does all of this impact the higher education space? We are aware, we know the stats, right? We know that unemployment improved from 33.9% to 32.9%, 100 basis points. We know that our GDP is not growing. In fact, if you look at the real GDP numbers, we're probably moving backwards. We know that our currency is on the floor right now. The rand against the dollar is how much now? 18 rand, reaching 18 rand. And this time last year, it was close to what, 11, 12 rand? So we know all the red flags, and we see them and we live them. We know the cost of living. We know the actual inflation on food and on fuel and. So then the question is, what does this mean for the higher education sector? How do we carry on? Because we rely on the largesse of government, don't we? Who rely on taxpayers, who rely on the economy actually working. So what do we do? So this morning I'll just be listening actually. This is my chance to just say something, but I'll be listening. So this morning we are joined by two very prominent business leaders in the South African economy. They were joining us online. Unfortunately, they were unable to drive down to Thohoyandou. It is a bit of a drive, so they were unable to make it this time around, but we're hoping that we'll be able to lure them here one of these days. The first speaker is Mr. Julius Mujapilo, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Internal Auditors, South Africa. He is a highly educated man. He is a chartered accountant. He is a registered auditor. He is a certified risk manager. He has get his head around these concepts we'll be talking about properly. But also in his seat and in his view, he probably sees and hears certain conversations that the rest of us are not necessarily privy to. So we're hoping to tap into that knowledge to enrich our experiences. We also have Mr. Khanki Mataban, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Black Business Council. He is also a highly seasoned business executive with over 25 years of operational experience. Again, he also sits in these big and important organizations where these kinds of discussions happen. So we're hoping for new perspectives, and we're hoping for some insights and some advice on what us in the academic sector can do to actually protect our longevity and our sustainability. So we will hand over to the panel to start their discussions and their presentations. So each panelist, where's the program director? I don't want the look. We'll give, is it 15 minutes per person, right? Great. They'll have 15 minutes each to make their presentations, and we have an opportunity to engage, ask questions, and perhaps also make comments if you feel like doing that. Thank you very much. Mr. Mujapilo. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, and in my absence at the venue, I would like to say all protocol observed in terms of acknowledging everyone that is at the venue, and thank the organizers for the opportunity to allow me to share my insights with everyone. So I just want to, this is a very important topic that we're talking about, and I think no one has the answers, if I believe at this point, to a lot of the challenges that this country faces at this point, or at least no one person has the answers for some of the challenges that we face. And I think you've alluded to our panel chair on some of the issues that you are facing on a day-to-day basis in the organization. I mean, you've really already touched on one of the biggest challenges we have, which is corruption. And you've already talked about overpriced services, and you can list many other challenges that take away from the fiscus, because the biggest loss is money paid with no value coming through to the organization. So I think that remains a challenge both at all spheres of the economy, and higher education is no exception in this case. I mean, we have duplicate payments, basically, if I can call them, for learners that do the same courses over and over again, and then we still have funding from the limited coffers that has to be used for those students. And then sometimes we also have misdirected attention given to push KPIs that would ensure that institutions get more money, rather than working hand in hand with the economy. So I think let me start my presentation by talking about a few things. And I want to anchor my talk mostly on this collapse of the SA economy as a reality comes from the misalignment of our objectives. So I believe there are 5 key role players that we need to look at very closely when we discuss the success of the economy, and at the center, definitely being government. So we need to look at government. If we look at some of the challenges that government is grappling with, number one is the issue of the education curriculum. To say, how do we get the curriculum to be aligned to what the market needs? Now, with a market that changes regularly, with developments that we adopt from international markets, it becomes very difficult for institutions of higher learning to align to the needs of the market. So we have to appreciate that in the absence of being able to produce candidates that are fit to grow, not just to go and become custodians of the current market, those that are able to grow the market and make it better, the economy is not going to recover anytime soon. And the ripple effect of that goes back to the higher education institutions, because now the value of the offerings of the institutions goes down as a result of many of these graduates going out of the institutions and then not working. The second one that I think also relates to government a lot, government has got a lot of funds that have been invested in entrepreneurial support. But when you go to a lot of institutions, entrepreneurship and business management is still a program that is an exception to the norm in many institutions. So many institutions are still celebrating having a center for entrepreneurship that has got maybe 50 candidates at most. and it's supposed to be a flagship program. Now, what happens as well is this is made worse by the fact that when the graduates leave the institutions and they go into the market, we have got government funding in terms of many vehicles, and I'm not going to mention some of them by name, but we know many vehicles in the economy that are responsible for funding budding entrepreneurs and small businesses. But there isn't a specific focus on these graduates from the academic institutions that have had the curriculum in entrepreneurship and have had the curriculum in running businesses successfully, and therefore the little funding that is available from government to fund entrepreneurs ends up going, for lack of a better word, to individuals whose probability of success in business is very low. And then we find ourselves sitting with loan books of investment agencies that are very big because the entrepreneurs never succeed. So you give 50,000 here and 60,000 there and $1 million there. And what is the recovery rate from government of some of those grants that are extended to business? So again, that is where the relationship between higher institutions and government is to come through. And then the other one is really around the link between tertiary institutions and public schools. To say, how do we then work together with public school education to ensure that the learners are tertiary ready? So that we reduce the issue of the high failure rate, the dropout rate at tertiary institutions, because those are some of the critical risks that higher education institutions have to grapple with if they are going to be able to help us recover the economy. Because the individuals that drop out of tertiary institutions, they still only have, even if they leave at third year level, they still only have their highest qualification as matric. And then those people go back and they are the ones that are available in society. And it's difficult to build a strong economy with that level of education in being the one that is mostly represented. So I think it's very important for us to link those two. So that's more on government. Now, in terms of corporate in business, the second role player I think I would want to talk to is business. I think both small and large business is a very important player in the economy that we need to look at their contribution and how it creates the situation that we found our economy in. Number one, in terms of big business, I think protecting jobs and basically the balance between protecting job and achieving the main business objectives of giving stakeholders and shareholders their profits has obviously been a difficult one to manage. When we are in the COVID space at this point, you know that most organizations are really mechanizing, they are automating, they are applying new technologies to the business. But then what happens then to the bigger workforce that we lose as a result of those processes? And one of the realizations I think I've really had in the recent past is around what is anchoring businesses. We've had a time where businesses and organizations were people anchored. So you had an organization that brings in people, and then we build systems around the people. So as a university, as higher education institutions, we are still building individuals or graduates that are going into a market where they expect business to be people anchored. But as we know already, a lot of big organizations are system anchored. Most of us have big organizations we know where we've never engaged with any person. We've only engaged with a machine. I mean, I don't know how many of us know one staff member at Facebook. We've been using Facebook for many, many years, but I don't even know one person that works at Facebook personally. But I work with Facebook, and Facebook is the machine. So that means Facebook is the anchor for that business. The system Facebook is the anchor, and the employees become the extension of that system. So it means as a tertiary institution, how do we then start managing the expectations of the graduates and contributing to the economy, individuals that understand that success in the economy means being able to be an extension of the system and not expecting the system to be an extension of you. Just two more so that I give enough time for my fellow panelists to give his first address before we go into other deliberations. The other two is around organized civil society. I think organized civil society can do more. One of the things, examples of organized civil society, obviously being the biggest one being political parties. I think political parties are the biggest formation of organized civil society. They have the biggest influence in the kind of government we end up having. But there's a secondary organized civil society that I think needs to rise to the occasion in the form of professional bodies. Higher education institutions also have an organized civil society role to play. Trade unions, associations, any of those formations. The risk we are facing at this point is that all of them are very personalized in their objectives. We are not being able to sit together and come up with common struggles. We have professional bodies like ours as the Institute of Internal Auditors. We have over 9,000 members that are professional internal auditors. You have got the likes of SAICA with over 50,000 professionals. You've got, the Abasas that are aggregators in our industry. So we have many other many professional bodies, but how have we firstly linked higher education to those organized civil society, but also how have we leveraged the collective effort that could come out of those professionals, which means we have close to 200,000 in less than 5 professional bodies, individuals that can come together and make a meaningful change if their objectives are aligned. So that the economical collapse is also as a result of a misalignment of objectives, that everyone is doing something, but we are not all doing one thing enough to make a meaningful dent on the economy. And then lastly, obviously, the electorate. I think my last point is going to be on the electorate. I think one of the things that many scholars agree on is that many parts of Africa were never ready for democracy as it is written. In that, in countries where the democracy that worked, there's a certain level of literacy that you need to be able to implement fully a democratic system, in that you can't have a democracy where people are being elected because they are known. And, some people go to the voters roll, they are just looking for somebody familiar. We have not fully engaged on the merits and demerits of people that are put up for any purpose for elections. So a very important issue on that one. So I think it's very important that we continue with the voter education. We start elevating the advocacy and teaching young people about what the responsibilities of being an electorate and how your decisions in who you vote for can really affect the economy. So yeah, I think those are the stakeholders I would have wanted to put forward as we discuss the realities of the topic that we are on. So I think let me leave space for my fellow panelists and Dr. Hanki to give his input, and then I'll come back for further inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mujapelo. We appreciate your inputs. You've given us quite a lot to think about, but I'm sure we'll engage with your discussion after the next speaker joins us. Mr. Khanki Matabane, over to you, sir.
The university for inviting us. Special thank you to the chair, the Vice-Chancellor, and I had hoped I would be there physically, but unfortunately, life happened. I promise I'll be able to come again next year. I'll come there next year physically if there's. I think all indicators are negative and this is up to institutions of higher learning to make their own contribution. Unemployment is a 70% youth unemployment, which is very, very much unsustainable. And business confidence, as we know, is very, very, very low. And this has very serious knock on our universities and other institutions. One of the most obvious impacts on our lives. In tight economic times, government budgets are often cut, and higher education is usually one of the first areas to suffer. This can lead to fewer resources, fewer staff, and a decline in quality of education for the present and the future. This education will extend to and have impact on higher education when the economy collapses. For example, after the former Minister of Finance towards basic education, for example, if the student came 2020, each learner was allocated 1.5. Today, which is a serious cut, which has a long effect on higher education, especially historically disadvantaged universities, as they don't have donors, inheritances, and that fewer students can afford to university, and impact on social mobility. And these challenges may be impacting negatively on our universities, but they long-term impacts for also have for this active. They
Mr. Bataban.
While looking access for economic development and the quality of these higher education institutions.
Mr. Mataban, can I interrupt you for a moment? Okay, we seem to be struggling with Mr. Mataban's connection. Mr. Mataban, can you hear us? Okay, I'm going to ask the technical team to just please give him a shout, and maybe he can restart his system. And in the meantime, you have heard Mr. Mujapelo's presentation, and I'm sure you've given it some thought. Can we start with the discussions and the questions in the meantime? Anyone with a view, something to add, something to get clarity on? Okay, Professor Feza, there's a hand. And go say Professor, man. Hey.
Thank you so much, Chair of the session. I listened very well to the speaker, and I'm so happy about the things, the main things that he was mentioning in terms of our political landscape, also adding to what the chair of the session added on in terms of our economy that is collapsing. And but I feel like sometimes we find ourselves in a zone of suspense as South Africans. Our economy is collapsing and we are watching it, and it is collapsing, but we are not actively doing anything about it. Then I think then he said, one of the solutions will be to educate the youth on how to vote. And then, I started thinking that I think we are a little bit late for that. The economy is collapsing. And it is the economy that we need to focus on more than the voting. I understand that we are looking for leaders, but our constitution doesn't allow us to vote in a favorable way. So that's where I got conflicted with that. I think our first start will be looking at our constitution and how it does liberate us as voters when we talk about the voting system. But we also need to have a parallel activity on how do we revive our economy. We seem not to understand that our economy depends on jobs and creation of jobs and entrepreneurship projects that Univeni is really passionate about. So I think we need to talk about that more than voting, so that we empower people to have money to be able to take these decisions.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Just to just add on that, Mr. Mujapelo, you said something interesting about misdirected KPIs, which talks to incentives. So the question is, what incentives do we give our citizenry, our professional bodies, to be part of the solution? What should galvanize that professional lawyer, that professional doctor, accountant, scientist, to want to stand up and do something in this economy? Time for talk is over, ladies and gentlemen. Time for talk is over. Time for great policies, time for lofty ideals, time for commissions of inquiry. None of it works, none of it matters. So what do we do courageously as citizens of this country, as institutions of higher education, to force our way into the halls of power and provide our skills to find solutions? That's what we should be talking about. The government has a program, and you alluded to it, Mr. Mujapelo. They call this program Vukuphile. So this is how it works. If you are an up-and-coming business person and your job is to construct roads, that's what you want to do, they actually give you support. So they give you money, they even give you mentorship, they give you, some support. And the idea is that by the time you're finished with this project, you would have, migrated from being a level 1 CIDB contractor to perhaps level 2 or 3. Nice idea, great, but it does not work. And why does it not work? And how can we as higher education step in and say, right, this is our value that we can bring to this program, let's make sure that it has the best chance of working. So that's when the collaborations start happening. And that's when higher education starts coming into the real world and saying, this is the value we can bring. Where are these courageous conversations happening? There's a hand in the front. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to start changing not only our thoughts, but our institutions as well. The major challenge we are having is that we do research every day as institutions, but I want to suggest that there is need to move research away from the laboratories, from the journals and conferences, and start contributing to community development. Science for the sake of curiosity, without a meaningful or impacting on community development, it's unhelpful.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of us have time to even revisit our own work and read. So we have got professors here, fortunately. Some of them they've published, we have doctors, some of them they've published more than 500 articles, for example. time to read what is published in articles or what is in journals, what is in conferences. So until such a time, we invest more in translating knowledge so that we make an impact in our communities.
Yeah.
Then we are going to remain more vulnerable.
We are the producers of knowledge. Therefore, we should lead from the front. And we should be heard, and we should break down the barriers. But I'm not trying to get elected. Mr. Mujapelo, any comments on the discussions that have happened so far? I think he's no longer with us. Mr. Matabane, I see you are back. Is your connection now better? Can you proceed with your presentation, sir? Mr. Matabane?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, my apologies. I don't know what happened to the connection. But I think what I'll start with to let this try and save on time. I'll start with what I think South African universities should do to improve the economic growth. Firstly, in my view, the South African universities should produce high quality research.
I think we lost you again. Are you still there?
That will meet the needs of consumers and create new jobs. It's very, very important, as we have 70% youth unemployment, to create jobs, but the universities can assist in creating new jobs in the economy. In addition, universities can transfer their research findings into commercial applications that will help to improve productivity and competitiveness. It is very, very important that the research that is done is practical research that can be converted or commercialized. If you look at the experiences, a lot of South African companies tend to collaborate with a lot of international universities on research. For example, there's Discovery Limited collaborating with Cambridge on behavioral economics to design present and future products and services for South African consumers. UCT also collaborated with international universities as well for COVID vaccine trials. So it is important that the universities work very closely with South African companies so that South African companies can collaborate with local universities, and that way they will be able to stop the reliance on international universities. It's also important for the university to train the next generation of leaders.
Yeah.
You can do that by providing them with skills and knowledge to make sure that they become better leaders of tomorrow. We've seen there's a lot of corruption and theft and all those other things. So it's important that the universities should start training these young leaders at a young age to move away from corruption.
Oh, did you lose him again? Okay, ladies and gents, it sounds like the connection in Mr. Matawane's area is really problematic. But there are some comments that have come through the chat. One comment says, what's the point of being corrupt and pocketing millions while walking on sewers, potholes, and being exposed to crime, all of which almost certainly lead to your death while you're enjoying the corrupt millions? Another point is around the high rate of youth graduate unemployment can be disheartening to both learners and financially struggling parents. What are the universities doing, right or wrong, in regard to this issue, in preparing the graduates to secure or create jobs? Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've been left alone. I think my panelists have been struggling to connect. I think we'll stop there. I'm not hearing any more questions, any more areas of debate, but I think it's important that what we do and how we plan for the future of our universities, when we put our strategic plans in place, we always remember that we are working within a context of an economy that is currently not working, an economy that has not been working for the last decade at least. And we need to make those courageous decisions, and we need to be part of the change. We need to lead the change that we need to see. Thank you very much. I hope I was within time. I didn't get the look. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Botlhazia and Bomujapilu and Bomatavane, for the great session. As I sort of appreciate them, could I be asking Dr. Diko Makia and your panel, Mr. Tonderai Makoni and Dr. Christopher Whittle, to be ascending the podium, please? I think we are likely to recover the time. I wanted, as Dr. Diko is coming, to reflect on the reflections of Botlhazia and his panel. Also probably on just plotting what I thought keeps coming to and from all the sessions. From Bomujapilu, the issue of being relevant and challenging our curriculum and the curriculum on entrepreneurship, and how to infuse it, how to integrate it, how to take advantage of the work of the civil society and other stakeholders. So with that, Dr. Diko, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I would like to quickly indicate that I'm also concerned about the look, so please don't give me the look. Distinguished delegates, I think since yesterday, there's been some sort of an outlay that has been presented by, starting from our DVC, Dr. Nthambeleni. In fact, what he indicated, amongst other things, was that he was standing on the existing protocol. We have stood on that protocol since yesterday, and in the interest of sustainability, I wouldn't want to stand on the protocol because I'm destroyed. I would, if you allow me, stand by the protocol. And that, colleagues, introduces our session this morning on environmental stewardship and governance. Allow me introduce the resource persons or panelists that we do have. I would assume that the program director has already introduced me, but then to not over-assume then, Lawrence Diko with the Department of Earth Sciences at the University of Venda. With us, colleagues, distinguished delegates, we have Mr. Tonderai Makoni, who is a versatile environmental practitioner and current manager and program director of the Vembe Biosphere Reserve. Mr. Makoni is a dear friend of Univen, and his institution, the VBR, is a strategic partner with Univen's drive for engaged scholarship and its entrepreneurial agenda. Welcome, sir. And next to Mr. Makoni, we have Dr. Whittle, who is a seasoned executive manager with expertise in governance practices, strategy, and enterprise risk oversight. And he has practiced in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia, as well as the Indian subcontinents. It's a wealth of experience, over 15 years, sir. I also understand Dr. Whittle is an associate director of, is it CF? Exactly. So, colleagues, the resource persons will take us through our session today. Just a bit of perspective and context. We started this morning with a look at the external ecosystem. So we spoke about the SA economy, which then creates the field within which we are assessing the risk we are exposed to. So by default, we have both intrinsic and extrinsic risks that we have to deal with. And to a large extent, extrinsic risk would be common to all, but what makes the difference, colleagues, dear delegates, it's how individual institutions then come up with strategies to manage their own risks. So within that framework would allow Mr. Makoni, I think, taking the lead from the previous chair, would allocate 15 minutes, sir, to just create the context within which environmental stewardship can be modeled or obtained from your point of view. And then, of course, Dr. Whittle will look at governance-related issues. Over to you, sir.
Morning, colleagues. I don't know, I can't see the screen, so I don't know if my slides are appearing there. Maybe someone can assist. But anyway, whilst they come to fix everything, my name is Makoni, and I'm also top one. Yep. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm the coordinator for Vembe Biosphere Reserve. I so wish that before I start, I would make everyone stand up and stretch a bit, but because of time, we cannot do that. But anyway, I'm very happy that today we got this invite, because in most cases, what happens with organizations, sometimes we tend to speak to ourselves. We tend to preach to the converted. We invite only people that are in the same sphere as us. So I'm quite happy that I'm from a slightly different perspective. But today, what I'm going to talk about mainly, I'm just going to talk about the Vembe Biosphere Reserve. Then you take what you can, you leave what you should leave, but I think you take most of what I'm going to say at heart and see where the risks are and what can we do in order to protect this beautiful landscape that we have. So, biosphere reserves. One thing I'm certain of is that 99% of people in this room, they don't know what is a biosphere reserve. That much I'm very, very sure. And those who traveled from Joburg, 99% of you didn't see the boards which were saying, welcome to the Vembe Biosphere Reserve, which I hope when you go back, please try to check that board. So What is the biosphere reserve? It's difficult to explain. Discussions are currently happening now at UNESCO on how should we define this biosphere reserve. Some are saying, must say it's a biosphere region, because the word reserve in certain contexts, you know, it from our previous history, it tends people to think that it's a, you know, previously what was happening. But I'm going to try and explain a bit, but most things, the way I want to explain it to you, I want you to take one aspect of it. Even if you don't take the whole thing, what a biosphere is, but I want you to find your niche or your role that you can play in the biosphere reserve. So, biosphere reserve, this is a program from UNESCO. They have what they call the Men and Biosphere Program under UNESCO. So us, we are an NGO or NPC, which operate and work very closely with your local government. I saw the mayor, she was here. We were having a meeting, I think two weeks back, where she was also present. So we work very closely with local municipality as well as provincial and national government. So basically, biosphere reserves, these are learning places for sustainable development. They are sites for testing interdisciplinary approaches to understanding and managing changes and interactions between social and ecological systems. So the reason why I put this definition here, I see many are researchers, you've got your professors, your doctors, and people who have done a lot of research here. So how did biosphere reserves come into being? So around the 1960s, 70s, there were a lot of protected areas. But what was effect was that people were expanding, there were more people. And then the model itself is about how do we protect those precious environments by encouraging people to take ownership of conservation efforts. So it's not purely about conserving only. That's why the program is called Men and the Biosphere. So this is about people. How can we influence people to take an action? So it's not the Biosphere Reserve, it's not Kruger National Park. Please, it's not Kruger National Park. It's about us, all of us. The university, I know the Vice-Chancellor always wants to say, we are in a Biosphere Reserve, which is very, very good. But now we need to move to showcasing people that we are in a biosphere reserve. So we need to identify those demonstration sites or demonstration projects that we don't have to say we're in a biosphere reserve. We have to show we're in a biosphere reserve. So also, this Men and Biosphere program is a major strategy tool for UNESCO to assist member states not only in achieving sustainable use and management of biodiversity, but also in implementing the SDGs. So currently, there was a COP which was happening, talking about climate change. I think we just finished, it was in Egypt. And then some of our colleagues are going to Canada again to talk about the biodiversity. So I wonder who from university or vendor will be participating or has participated in those discussions. Because if we're saying we're in a biosphere reserve, I think we need to be able to go to UNESCO or CBD and say we're here, we've got Professor Mojanku, who's here to talk about what's happening in the biosphere reserve or contributing efforts towards climate change. Those are the kind of things that we are moving towards. So we've got our 3 strategic objectives from UNESCO as mandated by UNESCO. The first one being to conserve biodiversity, restore and enhance ecosystem services, and foster sustainable use of natural resources. And then the second one is to contribute to building sustainable, healthy, and equitable societies, economies, thriving human settlements in harmony with nature. And then the last one, which I feel is very, very important, to facilitate biodiversity and sustainability science, education for sustainable development, and capacity building. So speakers previously, they talked about doing research which links to what's happening on the ground. So I think from our side, the risk that we face is that we do research either to get publications, we do research to get grants. That's a huge one that we have found ourselves in most of the discussions that we have with UNESCO, is that research, when we were talking about, when we were signing the MOU with the University of Venda, we said research must be done also for the biosphere, not in the biosphere. It must also be done for the biosphere. So when we say it's being done for the biosphere, is that together the research that is being done is applicable in the landscape that we're operating in. Hence, that's when you find that even if you want entrepreneurs, the students that you are bringing up, if their research was relevant, it's easier for them to continue. and find more relevance in that field. So also, the other one that I've mentioned, added here, is to support mitigation, adaptation of climate change, and other aspects. Climate change is a reality, and it is there. It's not going anywhere, and we also need to see where the risks are in terms of climate change. I'm going also to try and, if I have enough time, elaborate on a few things that we're doing in that regard. But then these three key objectives of what we are doing, they work hand in hand. You can't have conservation without research, because you need to research so that the actions that you take to conserve, they're informed by research. So this was the birth of the biosphere. People who made this biosphere, UNESCO to declare this area biosphere, they're university vendor. Some of them, they are retired. Some of them are still active. They played a huge role because it was their research, efforts that they've done over years, research that they've done. They convinced UNESCO that we are in a beautiful landscape, that it needs protection, and it needs to be having this world recognition of a biosphere reserve. So this is where we see opportunities that are seen, especially by the university, and then action was taken to make sure that all that research was not lost, but it amounted to something which is very concrete. So it's the same goes to your training and education for sustainable development. So the animal called the biosphere reserve, this is the biosphere reserve. The map that you see right now, this is the biosphere reserve. It is not fenced, ladies and gentlemen. It is the whole district, which after years of research, we submitted information that, look, we have got parts of the Kruger National Park. We have got Mapungubwe. We have got Lake Funduzi. We've got the Soutpansberg Mountains. All that is very, very precious, and it needs recognition and protection. Hence, the whole district was declared a biosphere reserve. So, colleagues, one thing you will learn today is that the biosphere reserve does not have a fence. Please, it does not have a fence, but you're saying it's about stakeholders living within that landscape. What is it that they can do in order to protect? I'll give an example. You cannot protect Kruger National Park only if you can't do anything outside. If it's pollution, it's coming from outside. If it's climate change as well, mitigations come from outside. So that's where the concept of a biosphere came about, that we cannot protect these key resources of biodiversity only. We need to work with people who are staying in Toyando, even if it's to protect Kruger, because the same river, Luvubu River, it will end up spilling into Limpopo that side. If it's pollution, all these things, how do we get our communities to function, protect their own landscape? If it's waste picking, it starts from your household level. It does not start from the municipality. It starts from there. So it's about partnerships. So, after careful thought, we say that the Biosphere Reserve provides an open platform for bringing people together with their natural surroundings to empower them to unlock their potential, using their indigenous and scientific knowledge to model solutions for sustainable living. So what we are saying, the Biosphere Reserve, we try to act as a facilitator. I always tell people that we don't have money, but we might know people with money. That's how it works. So after identifying problems, I'm very happy that some of the researchers and professors from the university have been coming towards the biosphere to say, look, we have students or we have got this niche area. What is it that you know? Because we work on the ground with communities. So that's how we try to link the university to what's happening on the ground. Also, now coming on to environmental stewardship. So environmental stewardship, it portrays humans as stewards for the earth who have the responsibility to conserve and protect the environment from damages such as climate change and others. So this is stewardship. What role are we playing in order to mitigate the risks? Because this is a risk conference. Climate change. In KZN, when there were those floods, it was a once-off thing, but then what you realize, even in our own landscape, we have all these challenges still. You know, the rains are coming, flooding is going to happen, but also we have researchers with the university. The role that the university has to play in order to mitigate these risks before they happen. So we have a project that we're currently running with UNESCO called the Climate Risk Adaptation Project that we're currently risking. And one fascinating thing about this project, what I liked, is that UNESCO brought scientists from all over the world to come to here, Univen. We had meetings here. And then there's this model that they wanted to bring, lots of money. And the most fascinating thing for me there was that when we brought two researchers from Univen, lecturers, And then they told me to identify 2 people who are just going to do an icebreaker, you know, before these big guys from the US start talking. Just pick one researcher. And what fascinated me most was that the person who gave the presentation, those 2, it's Dr. Rachel Makungo and Mr. Nkuna. The research that they presented, that's what UNESCO wanted to happen. That's why they'd invested close to 25 billion from the Flanders government. But yet, there was a group of researchers who had done the whole work for that. So it was research which was here. In the university, all these climate scenarios, modeling, it was being done in the university. So also, what I want to say is that we need to learn to tell our stories. What's missing is that we complain, we say all these things are bad and everything about the environment. But what we have done from our side is, what is it that we can do to tell our own stories? That one little story that will inspire others to start acting. There are always those stories. So these are just some of the potential areas where we think that we really need universities, not only University of Venda, to really, start doing this kind of research. But not only doing it, but telling a story, creating a story around it. How do you conscientize people when you've done a wonderful research published in Nature, but then the people on the ground, they don't know about it? So we are saying, tell us your results. Who spread the message? That's what we are saying. That's where the partnership works. So these are some of the things the areas that we see we can do. And then also, in terms of just telling our stories. So we've got a challenge which is happening. The biosphere was selected in Africa to run this challenge by the Nesta Challenges from the UK. So this is just one example that I want to show you how, when you talk about stewardship and the impact of the cascading effect of just sending a message and then it starts rolling. So this challenge, basically what we are doing, we're working with schools. So the way we designed it, how do you limit waste or the problem of waste collection? If you drive around, you see a lot of plastics all over. So we came up with this idea. They said, why don't we work with schools? Every child, no matter how, if you're a professor, doctor, if your child has got homework, you have to help with that homework. So why don't we work with kids? They're easy to work with, their minds are still open. So what we did in terms of stewardship, how do we make sure that people, they understand these things about environment? So they collect plastics. After the plastics, they collect them. We have competitions. Then the schools which win in terms of plastic collection, you can see the truck there. It's collecting the plastics. And then the bricks that you see there, on the bottom right, left, I think, those paving bricks are made of plastics. Those paving bricks that you see there, they're made of, that's plastic there. It's being made by one young man who has got no university degree. I think most of you know him, Zipatu Chedzo. Those who are around, they know him. No, there's no university degree, but the university has been also playing a role in terms of supporting him, in terms of how do you get this product marketed, how do you get your IP also. And then what you see on the last one there, so each school that collected the plastics, they just collected plastics, then we make the bricks. You know most of our rural schools, when it rains, we went to one school and it was raining and we couldn't enter because it's that bad. So this project, most of these schools, the 20 schools which participated, have jumped on board. Because what you see, all these pavings, they're happening in those 20 schools. So what you're saying to you is collect plastics as much as you can, and then we'll come and pay for you for free. That's all you have to do as a school. So what it has done in terms of stewardship now is that parents have started bringing truckloads, a baggie full of plastics to the school to say, I found this at work. I work in ShopRite. They want to throw away these plastics. So you see the impact that is having in the community. One church also brought plastics to say, look, we really need to participate. So as part of this challenge that now, next year, what we're going to do, we always hear people talking about sanitary towels for girls. We're going to implement the same thing. Give us plastics, then we'll give you sanitary towels. That's what we're going to do. So what we are merely saying is that this is stewardship. How do you encourage communities in order to participate? The previous moderator said, what is the incentive for them? Everybody wants to be part of something big. So in terms of stewardship, we are using this as a demonstration. How can organizations work together, but then also incentivizing them with things that doesn't require money? So we hope next year, currently Univen is involved, but also we try to jump in more, and then we see how we can make this even bigger, even on campus, with 14,000 or more students, every learner or every student eats a loaf of bread. So one loaf of bread every day, if they bring it to us, that's 14,000 a day. And how many bricks can we make to change? So we're just saying that's the little that we're doing in terms of environmental stewardship. And also, researchers, we need you to come and identify these risks, in terms of waste. What has it been done? But most importantly, how can we get the information that we're doing into policy, into international discussions forums, like the COP, all those meetings. So before I go down, the media guys, that video, can you just play it, please? It's just 2 minutes, just to summarize everything that we have been saying. It's fine.
The Vembe Biosphere Reserve covers an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers, incorporating transboundary peace parks such as the Great Limpopo Transfrontier Park, national parks such as the Kruger and Mapungubwe, cultural and heritage sites, as well as South Africa's only natural lake, Lake Fundudzi. The Vembe Biosphere Reserve Sustainable Development Goal is Goal 17, Partnership for the Goals. With such a large landscape, many stakeholders and activities happening across the region, none can come together and flourish without partnerships, from the local to the global. The Vembe Biosphere Reserve's importance lies with connecting its stakeholders and partners to make sure sustained impact happens where it is most needed.
Thank you so much. So I think in a nutshell, that summarizes what we're trying to do. It's a risk conference, and most of the challenges that we're facing, I think what I would just want to emphasize is partnerships. Most of these things we can't solve them on our own, but when we try to come together, then I think we can do much more. So we are more than a region, we're a facilitator, we're a portal, and a partnership for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Makoni. Indeed, we would like to invite Dr. Whittle to guide us through what I call managing the resources that we have. So he would take a look at the governance aspect, tied to environmental stewardship and beyond. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I really look forward to spending this time with you. I think if I had to raise climate change as an issue, as a risk, it's a bit tired in the sense that everybody's aware of it, it's nothing new. But I'd really like to raise other matters under what we refer to as ESG, and important from your point of view as academics and academic institutions to be aware of going forward. Now, hopefully one of the things that has come through strongly over the last day and this morning is that risk is a forward-looking exercise. We are dealing with uncertainty, we are planning for the future, and not just dealing with that which is currently that we're being faced. Now let's just have a look at some things we need to think about. And that, for example, is the choices of what people are going to make. In other words, not only on the environmental side of things, but the social and governance issues that are going to affect academic institutions. Just as an example, a recent study that was done indicated that 60% of people in future, the new generation, will choose the place of employment based on the practices and values of that particular organization. So in other words, not just about money, but do we associate with the underlying values of this organization? We also see that money is going to flow following based on environmental considerations. I'm subscribed to to a number of journals on investment and responsible investing, and we see that the amount that's been put into responsible investing has grown exponentially. Just last year it was $51 billion, and we're expecting that over the next few years to treble and quadruple. If you're also going to have a look at perceptions of companies and students, what do they think business schools at universities should do? And you see that more than 75% believe that business schools should play a much larger role in developing or influence social effect of businesses themselves. In other words, that social conscience within business. Now, if I just look at the concept of funding, then you'll be aware that there are a number of institutions, International Finance Corporation, you look at the principles for responsible investing, the Equated Principles, which deals with investment funds, the Task Force for Climate Financial Disclosure, the whole SDG goals. We have a number of questions that are going to be coming your way, that if you want to look at international funding, or, as we spoke yesterday about internationalization and potential collaboration, there's going to be a much stronger investigation or inspection of your ESG policies and practices. If you look at the end of November, the European Union approved what we refer to as the Corporate Social Reporting Directive, the CSRD. And all entities, as expected about 50,000 of them in Europe, will, as from the 2024 year, in other words, based on 2022-23 financial year, will need to report over 13 different areas regarding ESG. It means that there's going to be a trickle down. Not only are these going to report, but they are going to require all institutions that collaborate with them to report on their practices, because it is a roll-up requirement. And you might say, well, you know what, this is European entities. But if we don't have a look at the IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standards, and you go look at the ISSB that's been established, the International Sustainability Standards Board that's been established under that, then they've also finalized 2 directives that are going to be dealing with reporting of ESG. In other words, we are going to fall under that reporting requirement. Once again, you might say, well, you know, we have a few years before we need to report on it. The issue is not about compliance. The issue is, how do we take advantage and understand what's coming down the line, because this is going to get serious. So what are the 2 ISSB, in other words, the reporting standards, the drafts that are going to affect you, what do they focus on? The first one, which is a general requirement, is going to focus on sustainability reporting, which includes social and governance matters. The second one is going to deal on climate reporting. In other words, how does the change in the climate affect you financially, your sustainability, but at the same time, how are you affecting the climate? And that's what we refer to as double materiality. We are going to be required to report on double materiality. Your impact on the climate, and then climate's potential impact on you. And I know that the next slide is very busy, but I want to just explain to you something that you need to keep in mind as far as climate is concerned. When we look at the reporting requirements, either from the European side or under the international standards on which we fall, we are going to need to report on Scope 3 emissions. Now, Scope 3 emissions means it's not only the amount of CO2 and other gases and emissions that we have from what we do, it's also the emissions caused by the electricity or the source of electricity we use, and then ultimately for the products we use and the products we deliver, even those that are not under our control, we need to report on that as well. So in essence, what it means is that, for example, if someone's doing business with us, we need to report on their carbon, their social practices, their emissions, their waste, and this is where we're going. So here's some things you need to think about at a varsity campus environment. Number one, do you have proper action plans in place? Have you started thinking about energy efficiency, water, land use as a simple, small sample of things you need to think about? Have you given sufficient consideration to technology risks, not only in terms of the online way that we operate because of the blended model of teaching and learning, but also in terms of the other risks associated with that as we move into a 4IR, 5G environment with the Internet of Things and connectivity. Have we really factored in global events and the continued disruption, geopolitical disruption in Ukraine, for example? We all saw Russia massing on the border of Ukraine. But how many of you considered that and started thinking about the effect of that, what that was coming? In other words, petrol prices, food shortages, and so forth. Are you clear about your future ESG objectives? Because risk is the effect of uncertainty on your objectives. And if you're not clear about your objectives, how are you going to manage the risk? I would maybe like to come to a couple of actions and really just try to provide you with some practical guidance and some things that you should consider asking yourself. Do you have a clear ESG strategy, and who ultimately is the driver for that? Number two, when you start looking at your ESG risks, you have to determine the materiality of that. And there's guidance under the Global Reporting Initiative on how we determine materiality of risk, or particularly ESG. It is a specific area of expertise. When you start looking at your strategic goals, are you looking at risks through an ESG lens? In other words, are you considering the impact of the decisions you're making for the long term in terms of the impact of that on ESG and future reporting requirements? How would you measure this? Ultimately, who is responsible for the monitoring and tracking of the results? And then how do you ensure within the organization the integrity of that which you have? Because you are going to be required to disclose it. Now, there's been a couple of cases in the UK, for example, and one of the banks, HSBC, was recently raked over the coals in the media by the advertising agencies for what we refer to as greenwashing, making statements about how positively they impact on the environment, meantime still funding heavy carbon and destructive industries. So maybe to conclude from my side, let me try and give you a bit of a roadmap, and I'm sharing a roadmap that I use with my clients, but the intention is purely for you to get a sense of how do we deal with the ESG, and from a risk perspective, how do we start? And you'll see that I've got either an A or a B route to doing this. My recommendation will be is to do what I refer to as a health check. In other words, an assessment of what are your current ESG practices? Where do you stand? That is important to do that and do it thoroughly because it becomes an input into a strategic session, which I will discuss in a moment. The second step is training. And it's important that those who are going to be involved in ESG strategy determination receive some solid training regarding the concepts that we're dealing with, because we all think we know what it is, but when we start looking at international literature and reporting requirements, you need to specifically know, what do we mean by materiality? What is ESG really about? How do we measure and determine key performance indicators for carbon measurement and so forth? Once we've gone through that step, we need to have a workshop, determine ESG objectives, we need to look at the key risk indicators or key indicators, the reporting requirements, and develop an action plan. How are we going to do it? Now you'll see that it's either 3 or 4. 4 is normally, or 3 is normally a facilitated session, like we would do together, face to face. A 4 is more process-driven intervention. That strategy is drafted, and thereafter, one has to then take the information that comes from that with the indicators and really put it into software that is able to measure, report on, and record, and so enable monitoring. You'll see that number 8 is not connected because it is an ad hoc, as required step. And that deals with the formulation of things like ESG policies, additional training, developing a ESG risk management framework, and so forth. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the cusp of decision. We can either wait until the next 2 to 3 years when we are faced with institutions that are going to be doing business with us, and when I mean business, I'm talking about international academic relations, who's going to say, we need to see your credentials, otherwise we can't work with you. Or we would love to give you this funding or provide you with aid, but we cannot because you do not meet the credentials. You either can wait until that happens, or you can take the opportunity now, get your act together, and so that you can start publicizing that in terms of your internationalization, in terms of your website, and in terms of your application for funding. Place yourself in front of the queue rather than being the one who later realizes we lost out. Thank you from my side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Whittle. I'm trying to locate my program director to see how well we are doing. She's giving me the thumbs up, so I think we are doing well. She says 30 minutes. I saw that, 30. Thank you very much. If you would allow me, program director, just to reflect on the inputs from our esteemed panelists. Delegates, what we could pick out from both interventions is the issue of defining impact within the academic enterprise. And if we look at the theme of our conference, it speaks to risk-based transformation leadership strategies to achieve excellence. And then one begins to wonder, what is excellence in higher education sector? Do we fully have an appraisal of that? Otherwise, that in itself, the outcome we seek to achieve, becomes a risk on its own. I'm glad my DVC research has a session after this, and I'm sure she would also speak to some of those aspects. We have a few questions in the chat box for the speakers, And perhaps as I go through, I'd also want to indicate that the organizing committee has allowed myself and a few other colleagues to extend this discourse into academic publishable materials on special issues that looks at a broad theme that we've proposed, and we encourage delegates to send feedback and different forms of write-up. Universities as agents of environmental stewardship, challenges and opportunities. We will invite you to reflect on case studies at your institutions, whatever form of write-up, and share that with the organizing committee. We're looking towards a special issue just to conclude this wonderful conference. Colleagues, on the chat box, we have a question for Mr. Makoni. What is the major risk you are facing as a biosphere reserve? What is it that you are doing to mitigate such? It's a question from Kuliso, from the South African National Space Agency, I suppose. We have another question for you, sir. Is our government doing enough to support township and rural economy? And just mine from my side to Dr. Whittle so that we can exit the stage. To what extent can ESGs as a measure or an index of evaluation become a tool at tertiary institutions for defining impact? I'd just like you to reflect on that briefly. Over to you, Mr. Makoni.
Thank you. Is it audible?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. I think the first thing that I would say in terms of risk. So the main risk that the biosphere faces. The biosphere is a concept from UNESCO, which in itself is a very good concept, but the way that it is from a UNESCO point is difficult for people on the ground to really grasp it and understand it. So that's the major risk. And also, we are operating in a landscape where we are not like a university which owns the land. So in most things that we do, we rely on partnerships, be it with the tribal authorities, be it with other NGOs, be it with funding bodies. So that's a major challenge, or should I say risk, that in terms of, let's say, climate change projects that we're doing, you need everyone to be on board, because you can't do such a project on a smaller scale. You need to do it on a much larger scale, be it even if it's a river, Levubu catchment, the one we're operating now currently. So the major challenge there is to get all those stakeholders to come on board. But how do we, sorry? Or after, okay, sorry. So how are we trying to mitigate that? Today, by myself being here, I can say that's what we do. Every time when stakeholders have anything that is happening, that's where we go and try to preach what we are doing and how, most importantly, people can benefit from it. The same way when the local municipality have all their meetings, they're also present in terms of how do we keep on sharing the good stories that we are doing. But the major risk is that it's about partnerships. The biosphere cannot work without partnerships being on board. I would say, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Whittle, sir?
If you're speaking about indices and investing, that already exists internationally. So you already have a situation where organizations who are now being forced to invest in terms of ESG principles can evaluate an organization to say, do they meet the criteria? And I am convinced that we're going to see the same kind of index developed for academic institutions, universities,
and other institutions. In other words, what are the requirements across E, S, and G, and what are the measures that we will use to say, do you then meet the requirements for DFI funding or other funding sources?
Thank you, sir. Program Director, I would hand over to you. I understand that there were a few delegates present who want to pose a question. So I would leave that challenge to you to deal with. There's a hand up. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take one question, I believe. Yes, just one question from the floor. And
thank you very much, colleagues. Nthambeleni, Partnership Officer at the University of London. I'm very excited, Mr. Tonderai, I think about your presence here, but as well as your emphasis on partnerships. We have a Sachi chair who's working on biodiversity and change from the NRF, and he's here at the university. I think there's a lot of value in terms of this UNESCO biosphere. And I believe as the region, we should be communicating more strategically as a team. I think it would be good if we could collaborate more on how we enhance partnerships towards supporting the biosphere. And I'm sure the Director of Marketing Communications is also taking note, but it would be good for us to meet and have a discussion around how we communicate as a region towards this biosphere, as well as the research that's coming out from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bodiko, and your team. Yes, thank you. This is our token of appreciation. Again, another insightful, educative 101 session. Thank you, Dr. Diko. At this point, colleagues, we are going to break for tea. I want to request that my timekeeper, please let me know. But if we can, let's manage this within like 15 minutes. I'm going to be policing. We are going to walk from here as indicated in the morning for a photo shoot at the Freedom Square. It's just out and then to the right, and then to Freedom Square. Everybody should just watch the program director, how fast that program director is walking, and do the same. And then after the photo shoot, we're going to grab the tea and coffee and then come back here. And if we can manage that in 15 minutes, colleagues, I think we will be quite on time to end the session today. We had a long one yesterday. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, for managing time. May I request that you grab your coffee and goodies and come back so that we may start in 3 minutes. Colleagues, welcome back. Our next session is 25 minutes, and I would request my DVC, my line manager, Professor Nosisi Feza, DVC Research and Postgraduate Studies, UNIVEN, to come to the fore to talk about aligning risk management with research strategies to enhance research outputs for innovation and impact. Over to you, Prof. DVC.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, my princess, Princess Bonani, and my Professor Nechandama. So she is a two-in-one. It's wonderful to see that at our university at some point we use our princesses to be our program directors. We are highly honored by that. Colleagues, he's gone. My name is not on this list, so I can't click and get my presentation. For now, I will then start by honoring our Vice-Chancellor and appreciating him, acknowledging his presence here, Dr. Bernard Nthambeleni. I would also like to honor and appreciate the presence of the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Tokomayekiso, from the University of Mpumalanga. Thank you, Sisi, for honoring us. I would also like to honor our Council Chair, Mr. Licheta. Thank you very much, Chair, for honoring this day, and all the Council members. I've seen you, and it was nice as I was entering this morning to see our Council members. So, hi and welcome. It's nice to have you here. All your support means a lot to us. I would also like to appreciate all our external stakeholders that are here because I think I am learning a lot. Sitting where I am, I have some experts there that are really going to benefit us as we move forward. So thank you for honoring us and our invitation to be here. And all my colleagues that are here from different universities, international relations, people who are here, I'm already saying to them we need to have a symposium and take things further. So I appreciate this conference because it is empowering us. Our colleagues from the departments, the head, some of them are from other government units. Thank you very much for coming. Mr. Nyanginsimbi, thank you so much. You have made some significant contributions here, and we just cannot talk without referring to you anyway. Thank you so much, colleagues. My presentation today, thank you, is because I'm a DVC Research and Postgraduate Studies, as my princess has introduced me as, I couldn't do anything but focus on research. And I'm so appreciative to have people like you, Prof. Mayekiso, whom I know research is in your heart. And you are doing wonders there, so having you here is going to have quite a lot of contribution, and I'd like when we have time to talk about how do we collaborate and how we can learn. One thing that I appreciate about your university is that as small as new as it is, it has been leading in research. I was there when you were getting awards in Cape Town, and I have recently also watched the other award from NRF that your university got. So there's a lot for us to learn and share. In this presentation, I think I must share the outline. I will be introducing my understanding and the lens I'm using in understanding risk, especially for the portfolio. And I will also, I will also be talking about why research and innovation are so important. Because I think it is important for us to understand the importance of research. My country is growing, which is South Africa, in understanding and acknowledging the importance of research, but I don't think it is where it's supposed to be. I was hoping that COVID-19 will make my country know that our stakeholders, those who have too much money, will start investing on research. We should be honest about the fact that funding for research doesn't come from our local business people. That is an indication of not understanding how important it is to contribute into enhancing business. So when we talk about that risk, financial risk, it goes deeper than saying we don't have money. It also goes to, do we understand the importance of research and innovation? And I am going to talk about interdependency of risks. I think yesterday most of the speakers did go there, starting from our VC, Dr. Nthambeleni, and when you go down and listening to all the speakers yesterday, the interdependency was there. And with the last speaker who was saying, as long as we do it right, consciously and intentionally, we will be able to eliminate some risks. And I will also talk about research capacity that speaks to productivity. I've come to learn that research capacity is not it's not a wish list. Having a doctorate, that doesn't mean you can be productive. So that is something that also give us some risks there. You think you have capacity, but you get surprised when the capacity is not able. Quality assurance of research and innovation outputs. When I talk about innovation and research outputs, I'm not only looking at publications that have been mentioned many times here and the innovation output, those are the patents. I am also talking about how much money is the research making for the institution and what are the possibilities. Providing an enabling environment for active research, participation and growth. In South Africa, we learn from others, but when we learn from others, we learn from the surface. We never go deep and say, if the international community is having quite a lot of research that is contributing to its own society and at large, what is it that they do that make them able to do that? We then conflict ourselves and say, but teaching and learning is more important. So what is it that we want? We need to define ourselves. Do we want to have teaching and learning institutions and have that focuses on teaching and learning, so the type of research they conduct is more on enhancing teaching and learning? Or do we want to have both in one? Is it possible? Is it working? Or is it a dream or a wish list? Or we can have institutions that focuses on research, and therefore if I'm a student, I join that institution. I won't demand too much of teaching and learning. I will be an independent student. I studied in such institutions. When you are told on entry that no one is going to babysit you here, this is a research institution. So you come as a student and you will be independent. So we need to define ourselves in South Africa as we are growing. We need to also look at, I will be looking at measuring and measure and access research growth against capacity for support purposes. And I will also be sharing what I think will be our way forward. Another thing that I want to highlight, in higher education, when you enter as an academic, a lecturer, or as an administrator, whoever you are entering as, you are expected to master what you were hired for. So you have a niche, you have expectations that are streamlined according to your niche. But as you grow within the space, expectations grow. And I think, again, to our context, development is not something that we really are serious about. Once you notice talent, you are supposed to develop it, not to expect it to naturally grow. And if we have listened at everything that was said here, there is protection, there's enhancing, there is also an element whereby you need to take care of your ecosystem. So if you have lecturers who came here with an interest of teaching, let's say mathematics, and all of a sudden they are growing and then they get these PhDs, they're supposed to be researchers, there is a need to develop them so that you can get what you expect, because it will not happen automatically. Sometimes we are talking about transformation. I might be like Unosis. Unosis is curious, proactive, bubbly, happy, even if she's not happy inside. And therefore she gives you the outlook that she can do it. But that's not the case. She needs support, she needs mentorship, she needs to be guided sometimes, because these things don't come automatically. So when we look therefore at what does risk mean for us, and for me as unosisi, risk is talking to the coordinated and economically application of resources to minimize, monitor, and control the probability and or impact of unfortunate events. That's what Hubert is sharing with us. When you look at it, therefore, it talks about finances. Then when you have to do financial management, what does that mean? It's complex. I think the CFO knows that. Because when you manage budget, you need to know all the money that is coming in. All. In this portfolio, you need all the money that is coming in from NRF, all the money that is coming in from all the other research funders, including the international ones. The reporting from all the divisions should indicate clearly that this is the income we brought. That's where it starts. Then you also need to understand what is this money for? Because each funder has its own requirement. I know I've worked a lot with the USAID. USAID is very clear that if I give you my money, which I want our strategies to also have that understanding in research money. If I give you my money, you'll do things according to my own prescription. And their prescription might be far away from the university strategy. Then also, the access to the money is not as easy as we wish it could be. I was telling recently the administrator I work with that researchers are beggars, but no one understands that. Researchers are compromisers. They even humble themselves to make sure research happens. When they travel internationally, it's not for fun. In Europe, you have to be a good biker to be able to be mobile in effective manner. Unfortunately, I grew up as an African girl in South Africa. My parents couldn't afford even just one wheel for me as a girl to push. Therefore, I'm unable to hire a bike when I'm in Europe. So there are that understanding that one needs to know when you are taking care of your researchers. That when they leave the country, they are not going to academic tourism. That is the language that has been used recently in South Africa. There is no tourism, there is pain instead. But until people experience it, they will understand it. So though that is human resource we need to manage for us to avoid risks. Because if that human resource is not managed, you won't have researchers. If you don't take care of them, you don't take care of their health, forget research. Let it not be part of your strategy. Use of available capacity. One thing I've learned and the higher education has taught me is that not everybody is a researcher. Yes, democratically, we would like everybody to have a PhD, we would like everybody to have masters, but not everybody is capable. And that is another thing, as we grow as a country, we need to understand. So, if that is the case, you will have hens that can lay eggs. You will have hens that can lay eggs. So I've seen it in the international space. They take care of the hens that lay eggs. They call them their golden hens because they want eggs. And that is the way to eliminate a number of risks, is to take care of your laying hens. Because as you are trying to push those hens that are not laying, your laying hens are really helping you grow. You will have one researcher producing for you the work that can be produced by 10. That's your laying hand. Don't lose focus. Keep that one and make sure you attend to their needs and make them comfortable to stay with you, because everybody is looking for a laying hand. Quality assuring research productivity against strategy. We always need to understand our strategy. Here at Univen, we are very clear about our strategy. So our research has to make sure that it is, quite a lot of it should be applied research to attend to the needs and give solutions to the problems that we experience in our context in this region. And hearing, I think I came at the best time after this presentation about our biosphere. That is our identity. Actually, we are part of the biosphere as humans. COVID-19 has proven that beyond doubt. You know, I couldn't believe the first day I had to get out and drive outside Pretoria after lockdown, how beautiful the earth has become. It managed to breathe because I wasn't there. I was so guilty of my impact to the nature that makes it struggle to strive and be what it should be. And I think that's what my colleague here, Tendarai, was talking about. COVID-19, if it didn't teach us anything, hi, let's go and rest and allow other people to come on air. These presentations just are teaching us that we need to preserve and enhance everything we have.
The same thing. Okay, so I'm going to
We also need to be able to oversee the progress and growth with financial parameters. Sometimes this financial understanding goes deep. We are coming from a history where I think money was falling from trees because we were not allowed to be part of the financial decision making as African people in South Africa. And we took that mentality of saying universities have lots of money. Aye, they are the poorest entities. Let me tell you, there is no money at the university. But there is no understanding of that. At the university, for us to have money, we need to sweat for it first. Then if you have a staff component that is not willing to sweat, then there is no money. If we can understand that, even the way we use it, therefore, will be economically, because we know it didn't fall on trees. But that is another education that is lacking for us as new people in higher education, to understand that going to university, there is no money. Universities can create possibility for job creations and entrepreneurship, but cannot employ. They do not have money. That is why they are creators of knowledge. They are liberators of minds. The work of the university is only in the head, not in the field. It's liberating the mind so that the mind can be able to function and therefore take what is in the head and connect it with the practical challenges to find solutions. So if we are that abstract as the university, the demands that are brought to us need to be mindful of who we are. We are mind liberators. The only concern we should have is to produce young people who are not critical thinkers. And you can reflect that on what one of our presenters told us today, bad voting. Then we can take ownership of that, that our youth are not critical thinkers. Because it is the majority of this country, it's the youth, not us. So our role goal, therefore, is to create those minds that are thinking critically to make sure that we all leave legacy for the future generations to get what our ancestors and our fathers and forefathers couldn't get. We must never forget that this generation is making sacrifices. There are many sacrifices we are making to make sure we leave legacy that will liberate the future generation.
So if it's blue, then you're good to go.
Therefore, as a university, we need to provide an enabling environment. When we talk about research and innovation, the knowledge that we generate in research, it's generated on the basis of sustainable development. I do want us to be broad when we talk about knowledge generation. It will not always be applicable immediately. Hence, in the history, there was a time that mathematicians were challenged during the World War II when they were questioned, if you are doing research, always closing your offices, help us win the war. But because the research they were doing derived models that could be used to model the way to win the fight, they were able to stand up to the challenge. If you do not allow your researchers to go beyond applicability, you will find ourselves attacked by, there are places like Russia who just overnight decide, and we won't be able to fight, and we won't have researchers who can help us in strategizing on how to win the war. So when we talk about knowledge production, we need to be broader by when we talk about not only focus on the stomach. I do know that we are experiencing poverty right now. So our focus, which is natural as people, is always about the stomach. But we should go beyond the stomach and look at our security, our protection, our future, our children's future, preserving what we have for our children and our grandchildren. So research is supposed to be allowed to go that far. It can't be narrow, hence it can't be political. Because politics are not sustainable, but it is sustainable. Therefore, when we talk about research, we are talking about today, tomorrow, yesterday, and the future. That's what research is about. Then we are able, therefore, to take these inventions, theoretical inventions we made, and change them into applications. I know here in Univen, I'm sure also other students, other universities, we are having a pressure now in researchers that entrepreneurship is at the door. Your ideas now should must be something. Because we understand that. But we also need to understand the mind of the researcher. A researcher doesn't even get that research, they forget about food. So you are dealing with people who are connected differently versus to the people who are consumers of knowledge. So you need to make them understand then how innovation works. Hence we have OTT people who are here in our universities to be kept, not to come here for 3 years and they are gone. Because we need them to work with these researchers and say, tone down in your brain as it is running far ahead to 2060. In 2022, we are hungry. And therefore, can we assist you to take what we have produced and make it a product? Work with you, then we have our patents. And from there, it's another process to take those patents and get assistance of this researcher again and be willing to say, this is the process of developing this patent, so that it can qualify to be a product. There needs to be that understanding. We researchers, We are not looking at the product, we are looking at the future. So the people who are looking at the product are the consumers, and therefore they need to work with the researchers. Hence, I will be talking about the interconnectedness in this presentation. That, if it happens, there will be widespread benefits. There is a reality that we need to talk about, reality which is scarcity of funds. Research funds should not be utilized through middlemen to pay huge commissions. As we are growing as the country, we are coming from tender things, you know, but you can't tenderize research funds. They are so little. They need to work directly. These commissions, we even pay for a flight. You look online, look, researchers are the most struggling people in the world because they are down to earth and they know how things happen. I'm a researcher, I Google prices, and I look at the price of my ticket and I'm like, I'm having a half price. This ticket is 35,000 and I got a 16,000 one. But because I have to go through the tender, the middleman, it bothers me because I'm a mathematician to be in an economy class. And in that economy class, I have paid a price of a business class ticket. So you can't use research funds like that. Research plans and contracts should be continuously visited and aligned with spending. Financial research culture should be developed. Opportunities should not be missed. You will get a call on Friday that somebody finds that they have lots of money, but they need a research report on Monday to give you that 500,000. There needs to be a flexibility in the university so that I can jump for that. So we need that culture. Responding efficiently and timeously to research funders' specification should be prioritized. We go and look for this money, we beg, we humble ourselves, we write these proposals, we don't sleep. When the funder says, hire this person now, it shouldn't take a year because the funder will come and get their money back. So we need to respond efficiently, grabbing opportunities in the research space. So risk management can quickly become a gamble if models are not understood and complexity of dependencies and their impact on risk is underestimated. We really need to understand. I can see now my princess is frowning at me. I have made a list, which is nice, of these interdependencies and risk. There are outcome interdependencies, which are publication fees in research, conference attendance, filing of patents, traveling, data collection funds, commercialization processes. If those processes are not done efficiently, forget about research. Schedule interdependencies like procuring resources. Our labs, we depend on them. It's better for agriculture because our labs are farms. Extended academic programs, unforeseen time challenges, human resource recruitment for us. Again, if those things you can't provide, don't have research in your university. Resource interdependence, lab equipment, labs as resources, library resources, all that needs an understanding if you are claiming to be a research university. Research capacity that you need is the one that is speaking to productivity, but if you can't keep it as I have indicated, then forget about the dream of having a university with research that is thriving. Professorship to be reviewed. This, I know it's controversial, my academics. We call people professors, but they don't profess. They professed maybe in 2006 when they were given the professorship, and that was the end. Hi, Bo, why are you a professor? We need to review that. Productivity during tenure need to be important. Only when we say you retire, we will allow you to go with your professorship. But when you are here with us, no, please, Professor. Please, 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 colleagues, I know you will hate me for this one. Staff qualifications should be allowed to their research performance. Provision to staff development as need arises must be there. Scholarship of teaching and learning must be promoted. In higher education, your teaching should be informed by research. If it can't be, you are in a wrong space. High schools are there looking for teachers. Supervision considered as part of teaching and learning in workload distribution. Workload distribution mustn't be skewed, but KPIs are saying something else. Aligning funding with productivity. If I don't bring you money, man, don't look at me. I am your liability. If I'm a researcher who doesn't bring you money, I'm a liability. So what do you do with liabilities? We need assets here. I think Mr. Gondo spoke about these critical assets that we need. I'm not going to go further because this is the princess. That was the biggest problem about today. At least Dr. Zaga would bully him. Bullying a princess is very big. So what I'm trying to say, strategy of the university should make noise in every practices that we do in research, providing an enabling environment for active research participation and growth should be the way forward. So institutional ownership of research through consultation and understanding of the research enterprise is very important. Every member in an institution is involved with research. So we all need to understand it the same way so that we can be able to support it in an efficient manner. Transparent expectations aligned with relevant support is very important. Intentional policies and guidelines for research and innovation development have to be out there in an institution, and research culture promoted and supported. Thank you. Oh, I have a present.
Yes,
Ooh,
you
I didn't expect it.
Oh, maybe we should move to the side.
Aye, this is the best
For the
conference.
photo.
Thank you so much. Must I get out now? Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Feza. I knew I was going to be in trouble, but at least she recognized the look. At this point, I think we are tired of the speeches and the command from the program director. You could do with a little bit of music from our very own Tabelo. Are you ready?
Thank you.
Over to you.
Two. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm back again this afternoon to refresh your minds a little bit with music. I understand it has been a long day, so let's just unwind a little with nice music. Let's go, guys. Just clap your hands. Thank you. So, thank you very much. Ngikuthandile. I love you all. I'm looking at you, I'm looking at my parents. My girlfriend is not here, but my girlfriends are all these beautiful mothers of mine here. I love you all. Okay, let's go. I'm all by myself. By Celine Dion. Let's get again on the side. Never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. But when I die, I turn a fool. Nobody's home. All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore. When I was young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. The days are gone. All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself anymore. By myself. No, I don't want to live by myself anymore. By myself anymore.
Fellow is the winner of Idol Season 6 and our alumnus, good people. Thank you, Thapelo. The next session stands between us and lunch. So, Sesti, even though you are my boss today, I'll give you the look if you go beyond time. Let me call upon to the podium Ms. Dima Barrera and the panel. You will introduce your panel, please. Over to the podium.
Thank you very much, Princess, today. Thank you. I'll introduce my panelists as they come up. We have Mr. Philip Rakwali. He's the president of SAIGA, South African Institute of Governance Auditors. We have Dr. Levindo. Can you hear me? Am I not audible? Is it better now? We have Dr. Levindo, political analyst from TUT. And then just to my left, Mr. Christopher Palm from ERMSA, the Institute of Risk Management, South Africa. Morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us this morning. As you have heard, we are just under a slight bit of pressure. We stand between our wonderful attendees at our conference this morning and their lunch break. But we are still going to do this topic justice, ladies and gentlemen. This is the panel that is going to be talking to the theme of this conference as we developed it. We've been working on this theme and our concept note for our conference from the beginning of the year, around March this year. The theme, as you are seeing on the cover page of your program, colleagues, it's relating to strategies, transformative strategies to transform the risk landscape in our higher education institutions. When we put this panel together, you will see they've got their own bullet point topics that they're going to cover. Under that theme, Mr. Christopher Palm is going to give us a general global risk update. Dr. Levindo is going to delve into the educational legislation as it pertains to governance for student leadership. Mr. Rakwale is going to touch on an element of cybersecurity and how higher education institutions should be keeping up with technology in delivering teaching and learning. And so those together are going to be giving us those strategies, transformative ideas, just to elevate our enterprise risk management conversation from just being a tick box compliance exercise to really strategy needs to transform. If we don't see change coming from strategy, then there's something wrong. You formulated your objectives incorrectly and you need to revisit that. I'm going to already immediately hand over to my first panelist, Mr. Christopher Palm, for our global risk update.
Hi, good morning everybody. Sounds good? Everybody can hear me at the back? Excellent, thank you. Thank you so much, Diana, for the introduction. Yeah, Christopher Palm from the Institute of Risk Management, South Africa, and thank you again for inviting us to participate. I'm as always happy to share some thoughts. You know, when it comes to anything about risk, we are the Institute of Risk Management, South Africa, and so, yeah, we would share some thoughts with you today, probably some contentious thinking right at the back end of this presentation, but hopefully it will get us to address some of the thinking around what does future fit risk management look like. Okay, so just to show, I can't see the screens. Can everybody see the screen? The slide presentation is on? Perfect, thank you. Right, okay, so some years back, well, if you just check 10 minutes, can you be my timekeepers? Can anybody, when there's a, just put their hands up, then I know, because lunch and Chris Palm, there's obviously no competition right there. So, So many years ago, as a Chief Risk Officer of one of South Africa's biggest companies, I was a lot younger than today. I thought it was really appropriate because, of course, no presentation is credible without World Economic Forum slides. So, of course, my first slide would always be a World Economic Forum slide. Is that the slide? Can I just check? Is that the World Economic? So no presentation is credible without that. So here's my slide, so I at least win some credibility. But the point is this. So in that time, I would rock up in the boardroom, Board Audit and Risk Committee, and I put a plenary of slides on regurgitating World Economic Forum information. You know, all of those pivots and all of those hot spots that the report always highlights. And after the presentation, the chairman of the risk committee, excellent job on copy and pasting. I can see that you've got that skill under control. But you know what? This means nothing to us in South Africa. So of course, at that time, we then, I wasn't working for IRMS at the time, we then collaborated to bring the South Africa Risk Report. And I trust that all of you have read it since 2015. It's in its 9th edition now. But the point that I'm leaving you with, but also starting the rest of the presentation with, is that there is a big divide between the risk profile at a global landscape, which the World Economic Forum is really well known for, versus what South Africa faces. And so in that, the slide that I'm sharing with you now, I want you to make a mental picture of this slide, but only of the colors. Look at the top 10 risks that the World Economic Forum is sharing with us for the next 10 years. Green represents climate and everything climate. Red represents people, represents social cohesion and everything about people. And then a couple of other colors are a little bit of debt and a little bit of geo-economic issues. But those are the two things I want you to remember, because we're going to come back to that. So from a South Africa perspective, these are the 9 risks. I call them super risks. These are the 9 risks that we should concern ourselves with. And why do I call them super risks? When you look at them, we start off by talking about failed state, a collapse in our economy. We talk about lack of leadership. We talk about many, many things, which is very different to the first slide that I showed you. But of course, we also talk about climate change. But you know what the South Africa risk is about climate? It is about the adaptation of climate change. It is about what we can and can't do when it comes to climate change. And let me unpack a couple of these risks. Of course, the hands will start going up in about 7 minutes, so I need to be quick. There are lots of slides. But let me just role play it. You'll get the pack, and you'll be reading these 9 risks. But why do I call them super? Because when you consider climate change as one of the global risks, also recognized by South Africa, the question is, what are we going to do about this as a country? What can we actually do about climate change, considering the other 8 risks? And what are those? Poverty, rise in illicit trade and corruption, our inability to deliver on mega projects, also looking at a collapse of our economic landscape. So when you think about that and you think about the picture in your mind, the green versus the red, the climate versus the people, our biggest risk in South Africa should be, how do we find the balance between environmental sustainability and people sustainability? Because in that lies the challenge for risk management, which I will end off. So when we consider these risks, of course, we also asked the private sector, not just the public sector, and we said, so what do you think the risks of South Africa are? What do you think the conference at Univen should know about the risk profile of South Africa? And of course, it is the prolonged economic challenge that we have. It is the lack of growth. It is the fact that we're on the verge of being added to the grey list, the economic grey list. Why? Because of fraud and systemic fraud and corruption. Because of illicit trade taking over the South African economy in the construction environment, in the retail environment, in the commodities environment. The second one that I want you to consider, and again, this is the red part of the World Economic Forum profile, and that is employment, underemployment, unemployment, and of course the livelihood crisis that we have. Now, when you consider the conundrum, the fact is, who pays the price? Will the environment pay the price? Will the people pay the price? Or will we be clever enough using risk management to actually find the solution, to find that balance? And then to the previous speaker's point, will we be finding it in time? Will we be able to support our country from a risk point of view to be able to deliver all of these options that we can consider? State collapse. Now, when I talk about state collapse, of course, there's this mental model of switching off a light. If the state collapses, the country's like in darkness. That's not what state collapse means. It means, how does the offering of the state impact Univen, impact private sector, impact the public sector in actually delivering value in a sustainable way? Now, when you consider that and you think about construction companies that need to get servitudes, that need to be able to access the legal system, that need to access the registry system, and those systems don't work. Let me bring it closer to home. When you want to challenge your electricity account, when you want to challenge your water account, when you want to renew your driver's license or your motor vehicle license, where does that leave you? That is the system or the state collapse that is spoken about. I don't know how many of you actually ever tried to renew or to actually have an executor appointed for a will, and you have to work through the master's office. You'll very quickly see a parallel illicit process happening for you to get that right. So state collapse, ask and answer the question in as far as you being able to deliver against your objectives. What is that impact? Of course, failure of public infrastructure. When we talk about the economic collapse of South Africa as a risk, we have to look at the other three super risks. Energy or electricity very directly, but energy in general. Transport. Here I'm specifically talking about the ports and talking about Transnet, freight rail. And then of course, road transport. The impact of those infrastructure failures, the lack of maintenance and the lack of expansion is a direct impact as causes to economic collapse. Illicit trade and illicit economy is a parallel economy that runs when you want stuff done. You can get it done. You can get your car license renewed. You can get your marital certificate. You can actually get your executor appointed to your will if you are prepared to follow a different structure. Energy, electricity. Let me put this to you, load shedding is not a risk. You can't schedule a risk. We are scheduling load shedding. That's not a risk. Load shedding is an event. What is the next risk? It's a blackout. The next risk is where Eskom can generate electricity, but the infrastructure can't carry the electricity. So the questions about metropoles and municipalities and the maintenance going into their infrastructure. Because remember, Eskom supplies very few people directly. So the question we ask is not about Eskom. It is about what's the next risk. And that, of course, then extrapolates or permeates into answering the question about our metropoles, our municipalities, and the reticulation network that sits there. Social political expectations, back to my red and green example. We have people, we have a 30, the official calculation is 32%. The unofficial one is probably closer to 40% of unemployment. And of course, we need to consider that. So when you think about Eskom, for example, 15 fossil fuel power stations, biggest polluter on the African continent. If we can switch Eskom off, if we can replace the fossil fuel with gas, or maybe even something less or more green, hydro and solar, what happens to the people? What happens to 15 towns that have been created because of power stations? 15 towns that have been created because of coal mines. And they're not the same towns, by the way. So in that lies the conundrum. In that lies the challenge for us. Of course, cyber is there. I'm not going to spend time. And then, of course, the changing in workforce. We are talking about new generations of people. I was sharing conversations this morning with a friend of mine talking around how our sons are not interested in understanding the basics of life. Because if I can't WhatsApp it, if I can't voice note it, then of course there's no problem. Now, I think insofar as alignment to a workforce, the silent resignation, the different skill sets that will be required. So these would be the risks that I would leave you with as far as Univen is concerned to consider, and in your response to these risks when you think about what are the threats and the opportunities that face the achievement, the setting and achievement of your objectives. So I've spoken quite a bit. Let me check my timekeeper. 2 minutes, 1 minute. I want to get to this slide very quickly. The socio-political expectations and of course the failure of public infrastructure and unemployment. We are at a conundrum. These are directly opposing risks because the risk response strategies to each of these will make sure that alternative risks are catapulted into catastrophic events. And for us to find the solutions, and I'm going to leave you with these last comments, we have to, as universities, and there are many represented here today, we're going to have to think differently about risk management. We're going to firstly have to understand that risks do not get mitigated only. Risk is not just negative. If we don't change the conversation around risks, we will forget that a risk is equally an opportunity as it is a threat. And for us to be able to make that paradigm shift, we have to change the conversation in the boardrooms about risk. When we speak about strategy, we speak about risk. And when we speak about risk, we speak about resilience. We cannot, going forward, separate those three functional processes into breaking away at the Bosberaad or the Indaba and set our strategy, and then come back and then start worrying about the risk. And when things fail, we then worry about our business continuity management plans. You've all heard about the term VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. The threat is the speed at which things happen. And so I want to challenge the curriculum around risk management to include integrated thinking, to include the integration of the strategy conversation with the risk conversation and with the resilience conversation. And lastly, to change the narrative in risk to focus on opportunities more than we focus on threat, because it will force us to do things differently. We will think about problems differently, because the problems of the future will not be solved by the solutions and the thinking of the past. We need to change that. Thank you so much. Am I good on time? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm quite happy to be here today because I want to touch on the matter that I think is very close to my heart, and it talks to the potential risks that we might face, not only at Univen, but with higher education in general. My presentation has got 10 pages, so I'm actually going to take a minute for each page. That is how I'm going to manage my time. Few things that I'm going to cover are there. South Africa is a state that is predicted upon the supremacy of the Constitution, a multi-party system of democracy, government, and the rule of law. And on those bases, we have the same Constitution that talks more about human suffrage and the guarantee of rights of all the citizens. At the same time, Section 18 of the Constitution talk about the political choices that citizens are supposed to make, and at the same time, the right for them to stand for public office. What we have in South Africa is that you have a situation where individual citizens could not participate in both the provincial and national elections because of the fact that they have to belong to a political party. And unfortunately, that is something that has actually changed as we speak. The Electoral Act that we all know that has to be amended prevented citizens from participating. And the ConCourt in South Africa has actually taken a decision to say, come the next general elections, we're actually going to have individual citizens having to participate in the elections. It is no longer a matter of debate. It's what is supposed to happen, even though the IEC says it has got a potential risks in terms of administrative and logistical arrangements. But if we look at our own situation, it will mean that having done all the important work as the IEC, they have got a mandate to deliver free and fair elections, but equally, individual citizens are supposed to participate in the elections, not attached to a political party. This has implications in the running of governance in the university. One of the important stakeholders in the university are students. And I thought in this session, we're going to have a lot of students listening to this discussion that we're going to be having today. Now, the implications of the ConCourt has the potential risks in the amendments of SRC elections and change the picture of student governance, not only at Univen, but in the whole Republic of South Africa. What did I do? What I did is that I had to use a mixed method system to collect data, look at the Constitution of the Republic, look at the Electoral Act, look at a number of regulatory, statutory agreements that South Africa has been a part of, and had a lot of discussions, mainly with student governance practitioners, had discussions with student leaders, and also picked up a number of other students to get their views on what then is supposed to happen as we move forward on this matter. What we need to note as well is that in South Africa, we've got a situation where government is given an obligation to consult with the people on many other issues, and that talks to the state of our democracy in South Africa. It's consultative. Different methods of consultations are created by government. You have got your imbisos, you have got your Siahlola programs, you have got your straight committees where people have to participate in all matters concerning government. Also, you have got a situation where the same has to apply with the student leadership. And what we have in South Africa is that student governance is politicized. I say so because for students to participate in elections, to be in governance of the students, they should belong to a political or a political structure. And it is then that they belong in those structures that they should then participate, or they are sent to run for elections by those structures. But if we have to look at the amendment of the Act now, it will therefore necessitate the amendments of the SRC elections in order to allow students that are outside the political structures to get into the leadership of SRC. What then becomes the risk? The risk there is that you are then able to get anybody who is not coming from any organized structure to then qualify to stand as to be elected in the SRC, and this person will not be in a position to account to the structure, and this person will not be having any form of framework coming from the political organization, and that will talk to accountability from those people. In the past, in the 90s, early 90s, and in the 80s, and in some other universities in South Africa, students are still allowed to stand as independents. And the advantage with such a situation is that there is a way in which they are able to account to those that they've actually elected them. It means that you have got a system where it is not formalized on who is then sending these people to lead in these organizations. But in this situation, if indeed this is applied, it will mean that the reporting system by elected representatives will not be sufficient, and we might then be heading for a big trouble. There is if you look at the participation of students on matters of student governance, it's quite very minimal. When you look at the participation in the elections, and I've read a number of constitutions of SRCs, they say if we can have 30% of students participating in the elections, then we've got a legitimate student leadership. And that leaves the other 70% out. And when I look at the number of areas in different universities, most students are not politicized. They don't participate in student organizations. Most students are don't even belong to political parties. And therefore it means that the possibility of depoliticizing students' leadership has a potential to then get students that are not groomed in a political ideology, students that might be having poor understanding of processes, accountability, and reporting. And if you have those kind of people, it becomes a huge risk to the university in terms of the governability of student life. The implications there are that and Africa in general, there is a view that students are less interested in politics. And that is why most of them don't even participate in student organizations, they don't participate in the elections, and they don't even know what is happening in society today. I'm checking a lot of people that are checking their phones here. They want to know what actually happened with the report yesterday. People want to know what is going to happen in the next few days. People want to know what is going to happen at the NASREC conference. But I want to tell you now that with the gadgets, with the information available everywhere, most of the young people, including university students, don't know what is actually happening or the main news that actually happened last night and even today. And that talks to risks. So the possibility is that because we have opened up, everybody is going to avail him or herself, and I'm saying to the student government practitioners, please be prepared for this kind of a risk, and you must start planning ahead, because that might not bring a very good picture. What do we need? We need to develop better strategies to be able to ensure that we are able to bring out the best of leaders out of the students that we have at the university now. We need academics who must be able to identify student leaders who must be able to make a difference in the future from Univen and elsewhere. What we also need to do is that populists who might also develop should also be nurtured in a manner that they become productive and useful so that we do not have disruptive situations in our universities. At a structural level, you need a situation where the best should always be provided by those that are in the structures, because if organizations, student organizations and political parties would send compromised individuals, people who do not have the better knowledge of what is supposed to be done, opportunists and people without any framework are going to take over, and we are going to have a very disruptive situation in our universities. It is time to plan now, because anything can happen, because amendments in our constitutions happens all the time, and that is where students will find a good interest and want to take advantage of that situation. Thank you so much.
Leadership. Am I audible? Is this better? Thank you. I hope I'm better audible now. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Levindo, our political analyst from TUT. I already heard him discussing a certain report very early this morning. I think it was around 3 minutes to 6 in the morning. And I'm sure even later today he will be having, again, some more interviews to discuss relating to the outcomes of today's events. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to bring to the podium our president of the South African Institute of Governance Auditors, Mr. Philip Rakwale, to talk to us about risks relating to technology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just see.
It's a good day, good morning, or good day. Thank you for inviting me here to come and speak. Congratulations to University of Venda for the milestone of 40 years. And thank you for welcoming us to the Phala Phala land. Thank you for that. So I'm gonna go quickly on my slides. Mine is focused on, as introduced already, cyber and artificial intelligence. So I think I'm gonna go through that. So my first slide, if you have a look there, I'm painting a picture of what we should have in future, which is a call it the invisible government. So you should be able to have everything that you need from a press of a computer. So if you want to get married, if you want to get divorced, or if you want to have a death certificate, you must have it at the palm of your hands. If you want to apply for electricity, you must have it at the palm of your hand in one system and integrated. Hopefully, at some point in South Africa, we'll get there. So that's where the world is going, and all the other developed countries are going in terms of centralizing what government should be doing and giving to citizens. So if I just move over to the point, I think, which is important for today, is the issue of what are the risks that are facing higher education, and especially when coming to technology. I think COVID caught higher education by surprise, and there was a lot of things that needed to be done in the speed of light, and most of the universities struggle in terms of that. So if I just talk to the survey that was done, it was produced by PwC, and it was released in July 2022. So one of the things that are there is that if you look at the financial constraints have actually hampered the digital transformation in universities. So the survey was done with the VCs, Vice-Chancellors. Hopefully the Univen one was included, but all the universities in the country. 70% of them responded to say they're actually behind the trend of digital transformation compared to the world. That's a very dire situation if you think about it. And then and also 30% only are the ones who said they are kind of in par. But if you look further as well, is that the main barrier, like I said, is budget constraints to make sure that this thing happened at the speed of light. The other thing as well is that if you look at different technologies, which I will touch on now, universities, the critical technologies that they should be having, they are actually lagging behind. Most of them, they have implemented what we call 3D, and most of them, they've tried to deploy some virtual reality into it. And when I'm talking visual reality, I'm not talking about Microsoft Teams, I'm talking about the real visual reality of taking you in a visual world. And then the other one as well is that just as a side issue, which I noticed when I was doing my research, apart from technology, only 8% of the VCs have responded that they've got some kind of suicide prevention to students. So that's just a side thing that caught my eye when I was doing my research. So if I move over to this slide as well, this question, which is, I think it's kind of very relevant and was answered by the VCs as well. It says, when coming to process of digital transformation, where does your higher education in your view stands compared to the world? 72% they say they are behind. And then compared to your peers, you can see it's a 50-50 situation overall. So our education, higher education, is really behind when coming to technical transformation. And I've touched briefly on this one, which is to say, when it comes to visual reality, right at the bottom there you can see, I think about 6% of universities are using a metaverse, which is visual reality taken into a visual classroom while you're sitting at home. You don't have to have a classroom here physically. You can have a visual reality when you're sitting at home. So that's a very serious issue as well to consider, which will take me to the next slide. The next slide tells you that most students actually, which is the survey that was done as well, is that majority of them, if not almost 90%, they prefer either visual or hybrid. So you already find yourself that the type of students that you're recruiting, they prefer a certain method, while universities are stuck in their 70% of transforming into digital platform. So if I just move over, I've got like 5 minutes, but if I move over, this is a quote I like to leave behind you, forget anything that I've said. So when education lacks the digital leaps, the technology rather than educators define what counts as an educational opportunity. So that is, so think about it, doesn't matter how much research you make, but if you're not investing in your technology transformation, you will be left behind. So just a few things that I'll touch on, which is embracing disruptive technology. I think one of the things as well is that there's extended reality. The technology now gives you a visual world that you would have recognized. For example, coming to class, you would have done this at home and still participate as if you are in class. So those are kind of things that I think we should think about it. And the issue of also trust. Some people think that technology lacks trust. There's a lot of trust that has been built into the technology now. So there's a lot of authenticity that's going through the technology as well. And also, I think the one that people say these robots can't communicate and they don't have emotions, that is being developed now into to the technology. I spoke about visual reality, which is a thing that if you talk about it, you can have emotion, you can participate with your colleagues in class visually. So if I just maybe move over to some of the obvious things, obviously we've moved from manual to digital, and some of the technologies are there on the screen. I just want to move over to the risk that I want to talk about. The risk that comes with technology, as much as it's nice and well, it makes our life very easy, there's risk that comes with it, and I'll touch briefly on them as well. So I won't go into this slide. So the first one talks about biasness. So as much as we've got programs that will enhance technology, there's biasness, somebody programs that program. So there's issues of discrimination, there's issues of cultural issues, and gender issues as well that are not figured out in terms of when programming this thing. So some people are excluded. And then if we go further as well, there's the issue also of the POPI Act. How your information is used sometimes is not legal. I think just as a side issue, when you go to a complex, you will probably give away your ID, and you don't know how that ID is going to be used and anyhow. So there's an issue of utilization of that as well. And then the other issue as well is the issues that as much as we've got technology, sometimes it doesn't accommodate for unexpected issues. For example, I had a conversation with my colleagues this morning that if you've got the issue of booking your flight and suddenly gets delayed, and then you have to talk to a robot, it didn't accommodate for that situation, then you have found wanting in terms of that. So those are kind of things that I think we need to talk to as well. And then the other thing as well is that not all of us can interpret this data. Sometimes you get data, but you misinterpret it poorly, and it leads to very undesirable issues as well. So the first one is that also the issues of technology, there's issues of personal attacks, especially if you talk about social media. It's an easy one, we've seen it, and also people stealing your identity online as well. So, but those are the risks as well. But like I said, with every risk, there's development to counter that. So we've seen some good development when coming to that. So if I just go to this slide, I've touched most of the things here in terms of the risk, the human biasness, the issues of logical errors in terms of the data itself, in terms of integrity, and also the issues of ethical issues, that this thing sometimes algorithms that we use to program, they are programmed by somebody who's got a biased view. So I think that's one of the things that we need to consider as well. And then the other issue as well that maybe I want to talk about is the issue of return on investment. So as much as we talk about the issues of artificial intelligence, is that will you get what you wanted from it, and will it give you the impact that you want to have? So that is just, so this one I will skip. I think this one you can read it when you're at home. So I think, but the one that I want to touch on is that in terms of government, 80% of government departments and entities, they've got what we call ineffective security control. So you must be worried what happens to your information when it's in government. So this is proven, and it's factual. It comes straight from the AG report. And then the last one that I want to touch on is that we've got 68% of ineffective IT governance in government. So that number that I just spoke about, 86%, correlate that governance actually is not happening in terms of if you look at the public sector in general. The last one is there's a national cyber security policy framework, which, if you ask me in terms of implementation, is almost next to zero. And it's something that a government should be held accountable for. And my last quote is that those who fail to adapt will fail to survive. And we are in the age of digital disruption, where innovation can change an industry over time. I think higher education will resonate with this quote very well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rakwali. Thank you so much for that talk on adapting to technology and being ready. Thank you so much. I think at this juncture we will take any questions from the floor. Are there any questions for the panelists? I'll just kick it off then. Now I'll start with our first speaker, Christopher Paul. In terms of our enterprise risk management, how do we go about making this an effective early warning system, for us to have success in strategy implementation?
Is the sound good? Everybody can hear? Excellent, thank you. So 3 things that I can offer. The first thing is to clearly define what we understand as risk management. When we think about the resources we use at the moment, risk is viewed, and I said it in the presentation, only as negative. So if we are going to think about a risk solution that presents us with a forward-looking, let's call it the glass or the visionary globe, then of course we're going to have to understand that risk is both threat and opportunity. We're going to have to understand that risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. So we need to be linking risk management with our strategy, not just, and you'll be very surprised, maybe some of you would have seen this, ISO, the International Standards Organization, their standard on risk management 31000, the new release 2018 version, has changed the definition of risk, which speaks principally or fundamentally to the question. The original definition was, risk is the effect of uncertainty on the achievement of objectives. Now, in that definition, UMSA asked the question, so why in the presence of risk management do organizations still fail? And in challenging that principle, ISO addressed the definition and changed it to the effect of uncertainty on objectives. They removed the word achievement. Why? Because we need to have the risk conversation in setting our objective. And if we change that thinking, we are changing risk management from a lagging or a responsive function to a leading function. Because we are now in a position to design, I always say, risk management gets brought in to build the wrong house right. We are now in a position to design the house right and then play a very reactive role in making sure that the execution is good. And in that, we make the change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher. I think there was a question. Can we just bring the question back on the screen, please?
Was that, yeah?
Yeah. To Mr. Christopher Palm, should risk management be a top-down or bottom-up approach? Which method to employ to ensure effectiveness of risk management?
Absolutely both. Risk management of the future is both top-down. Back to the previous point, setting the right direction happens from the board level down. Risk has to play, and the title of your conference, Risk Leadership, we have to take up the leadership role by offering a shaping role when it comes to the board and the board vision and the board activities. And then, of course, once we've established robustly tested strategy, we turn that into our corporate plan or our business plan or into execution. And of course, then from an operational or a bottom-up perspective, we need to assess the effectiveness of the strategy in the execution. And by doing so, we then have the bottom-up. And both shall meet in as far as a integrated risk management report then goes and comes to the table. So top-down and bottom-up.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Dr. Levindo, your panel presentation touched on creating future leaders, which is exactly the motto of the University of Venda, creating future leaders. What role should institutions play in creating future leaders for this country, for the world, future leaders that will be globally relevant, whether they be political or not?
Well, I think universities have got a bigger role to play, not only in providing government and the private sector with person resource. Universities should play a role in providing society and the state with leadership. And I think with the motto that Univen has, that talks to building future leaders, you don't only need certain individuals, or you don't need or leave students to go and fend for themselves. You need the university to be able to identify those that can make an impact in the future and try their best to nurture them. We were talking about the politicization of student leadership, but we don't say anything about leaders that are available in the classroom who make a huge impact in the running of the university on a day-to-day basis, making sure that classes are on, making sure that everything is properly arranged. And if we have the university being able to identify such people, nurture them, indeed Univen will be able to live to its motto of creating future leaders. Students that are involved in the leadership of the university, not only at student governance level, even from other sectors, be in sports, be in religious activities, cultural activities, and so on and so on. We should be able to support and nurture these people so that in the future they're able to make a difference. Our alumni has won the idols. That is exactly what Univen should say. We are busy creating future leaders. And indeed, based on this approach, we should still identify more people who have to play a role in the future coming from this university. And that's what other universities should do as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndo. My final panelist, President, what does the picture look like for universities who are not ready to implement or introduce artificial intelligence into how they deliver teaching and learning?
Thank you for that. I think the reality is there. There's obviously a general decline in terms of enrollment into traditional universities. People are moving towards international university. They can do it right here in South Africa. They don't have to go to overseas to do it. So why attend a local university while you can get an experience with this international? The other thing as well is that it has obviously on the finances in terms of the university being able to generate the revenue. And then the other thing is the relevance. The relevance is that if I can be able to have a much better experience in terms of delivery of teaching and attending the traditional university, I'll rather have that situation where I can attend Harvard University right here in South Africa, rather than coming to Univen, and which is not transforming. So, and also the other thing as well is that you must also understand the issue of that the young generation that we have is the issue that they have got smartphones. I think 90% of them more, they've got smartphones. And they spend most of the time on the smartphones. So why don't you bring education into that and make it relevant to them? So there's a lot of things as well. And the other thing as well that finally I can just touch on is the issue of cost of delivery of education. It's becoming cheaper to deliver education because we would have pre-recorded some of the sessions. You don't have to have a lecturer who will be there coming every year, but you have pre-recorded sessions that you can enroll and makes academic curriculum much shorter and more flexible as well. So that makes education cheaper. So we always say education is expensive, but if you can find another way which is cheaper to mode of delivery, you can make a huge difference in society.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, a round of applause for our panel, please. Thank you so much. I think we've all had a good time learning about our transformative strategies as it pertains to risk. Program Director, I'm going to hand back to you. I do not see on my side any further questions from our virtual attendees either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I do that, can I request Dr. Levindo to quickly run out? Capricorn FM is asking if they can not have an interview with you, so we will courier your gift. I will take this opportunity to say thank you for this invitation. Thank you, Ms. Makwarela, for keeping to the time. Colleagues, we've come to that time. Our lunch is set for an hour. So may I request that we also cut it in 15 minutes and come back 15 minutes earlier? Oh, what is the time? Is it 1:35? Can we come back at 2:15? What? 1:35, then it goes to 2. It's 12:35, where's the time? I'm looking at the time on the monitor. What time is it now? What time should we be coming back? See? Okay, we should be coming back at 1:15. Please, if I may, remind you to go to the photo booth and get your pictures taken in between the lunch sessions. Enjoy your lunch, colleagues, and thank you very much for keeping to the time. 1:15, thanks.
Your name, please, sir?
Robert.
sir.
Thank you. Testing.
Oh, we don't need it? Okay. Oh, yeah, it has to be there.
Yeah, we look fine. Oh, we're sitting. Is it a long thing? How long
No,
is
literally, just 2 minutes. I was sitting.
Oh, okay.
These are must stand.
I'm sorry.
Just put that on that side. Put it that side.
Oh, so it doesn't appear.
Correct.
Okay, right.
So what questions are we asking?
When you're ready.
So the question is, how did you find the past
Hold on a second.
two-day conference? What was your key taking out point? And what are you looking forward to in the next
Slightly to your
one?
right, sir. No, come forward.
Oh, very good.
There we go. That's fine. And then
All right,
just
so
drag
am
on.
I the first, or we're doing it individually?
Yep.
Name forward. Yeah.
Oh dear. I'm really exposed now, right?
Okay. Right, when you're
You
ready. go
are
for it.
exposed, sir.
That's good. Okay. And when you're ready.
Go.
Thank you, Dr. Christopher, for being here. Sure. So, how have you found the conference on the past 2 days?
Yeah, I think I really enjoyed the variety of topics that were covered.
Okay.
And particularly insight from on a broad range, not just academics, but also people who are specialists in the areas.
All right.
So I thought it was a good balance of academia and then people who work with academics or academic institutions.
Okay. So if you look at both 2 days, what's one of your take-home that you think?
Well, if I look at the title, I think it's very relevant. It's about strategic risk. And the issue that we've seen all the way through is, what is really going to influence academic institutions, universities in future, and not only looking at what is happening currently, but a kind of a future focus. And I think that to me is very important. And then understanding that risk is not just about threats going forward, but what are the opportunities? In other words, how do we really understand what is facing universities, and by being proactive, really taking advantage of it.
All right, great. And now looking at next year, what would you like to see happening at those strategic risk conference?
Yeah, I think probably more of an opportunity for off-the-floor engagement, maybe. I think probably more of an approach where there's more interaction between the panelists, rather on a topic base, rather than on a solving or being asked to address a particular problem area, rather than presenting almost a lecture. So I think that would probably be more useful. Really a deeper debate about the critical issues facing universities.
All right, and there we have it from Christopher, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Fantastic.
Mary.
Chris, you up?
Mary.
Okay, could you stand next to me so that the gentleman's looking towards the camera?
All right.
So just move a bit more that person to your right. So forwards just a bit. There's it. Could you stand right next to me and answer so that he's speaking to you. Okay, let's just.
Yeah.
Okay, just hold on a sec.
You'll miss the title, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not, so I can mongo.
Okay,
So,
okay.
so I'm not any of the important people.
No, definitely, everyone is important in their own way. So, how did you find the strategic risk conference?
Well,
Well, as the Chief Risk Advisor from UMSA, appreciated the invite, first of all. I participated last year, but from a digital perspective or from a digital platform, so I enjoyed it so much that this year when Diana approached us, UMSA of course said yes, we'll join. And then of course, looking at the program over the last 2 days, really thought that there was thinking that went into it from a future fit risk management point of view. Univen applying their minds, thinking about the topics, showed that they really value the contribution of risk management, which is really assisting leadership in creating value in a sustainable way.
Now, looking at the 2 papers that we had, I just want to know from your perspective which topics stood out the most to you, and the speaker really touched your heart.
So, from a topics point of view, I really focused on the strategic elements. I really liked the way that they brought the risk back to decision making. So those are my favorite topics. The one that I actually thought had the most value in it was, and I would love to touch base with the professor that spoke about it, Professor Feza, that spoke about research, because I think in that lies an opportunity for the country to benefit. In my presentation, I spoke about integrating strategy, risk and resilience, and that there is no simple way to address our risks that our country faces. And we are so dependent on getting academia involved in doing the research and helping us to understand complex problems. And research from whether we use the master's degree students, the PhD students, or even grants from universities, or as UMSA, maybe even soliciting grants on behalf of universities to help our country. The problems we need to solve are not simple, they are complex problems. And for that we need integrated thinking, and I think this is the right place to come to.
Okay, great to hear that last year you participated virtually, and here you are in 2022 in face-to-face person, so great to see you, and what would you like to see next year perhaps?
I would love to participate again, so not punting me to be invited again. I think a more focused presentation on the future of risk management, to understand what are the new thought leadership ideas out there, maybe to challenge the way that academia thinks about how to teach risk management, and marrying the practical application with the theoretical, let's call it foundation of risk management, to try and marry those in a presentation, or maybe even in a couple of topics, covering that platform would be great.
All right. With that being said, okay, we look forward to seeing you next year again at the risk of.
Absolutely. Thank you, Monga.
No problem.
Thank you.
It's your turn.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Ms. Malta. How are you?
Is this okay? That's perfect.
Okay, if you can come stand next to me, because the people will naturally want to look at you, and if you're standing there, you should look off camera. So if you stand right next to me,
Okay.
and ask you questions from here, then she'll be speaking to you, but then we can see her pretty face. We don't want to hide that.
Afternoon, Dr. Lindy Wemulawuti. Thank you so much for joining us. How was lunch?
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I definitely really love the African cuisine. The mapani worms, the hot body chicken. That was generally my favorite. So we want to just check what are your thoughts on the recap for the past days of the conference? How did you find the past 2 days?
I think it's been quite informative. Very interesting to attend very interesting topics, and also the speakers have done, in fact, they've done 110%. So that they feel very, what should I say? It's diligent, They paid attention to detail, and they really going to tell me their topics. From the beginning up to the end, even right from the opening address by the principal, right up to the last speaker yesterday, even up to now. I've been just was wowed all the way. Yeah, I was particularly impressed by the topic yesterday, which was challenging us to invent the triangle of management, which is instead of having the CEO at the top, we have the CEO at the bottom. And now also both having to respond to that, but that we still need a CEO for strategic leadership.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I found those discussions very, very informative and very challenging.
No, I believe in some of those key points. I mean, there's no I in a team, so you do form part of a team when you are in management. So I definitely agree with that. And what was your main key points? I know you obviously said the one key point was that. Any other key points that you would point out?
About the students, when Prof. Trafford was actually defining the students and the challenges that they became thereafter about the worrying about the international students. When he was defining those were not mentioned. What are their challenges? What is it that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis? And things that can also be done to ensure that our international students are also taken care of.
I love that.
And even the changes that have been brought about by the COVID-19 and everything else.
No, absolutely. Really, really insightful points. And what are you looking forward to in the next conference?
23. I think it will be something else. I hardly thought of the topic that we'll be looking at or the theme.
Yes.
But if it's along these, I'm telling you, it's going to be another wow.
I absolutely agree, especially carrying on in terms of implementation, strategies. How can we actually now start implementing it?
Especially mitigating this in higher education, all the aspects that have been mentioned, research, teaching and learning, community engagement, and everything else. Yeah.
Awesome. No, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Oh, for me to edit these, you just give them to your role.
If you do one more.
I can edit and sort out the sound, make sure it's nice and tidy.
Okay,
Let me do one.
I think we need, there's still more. We've called in a few, right?
They're not shy yet.
So a lot of them are still eating. Let me just check. I think
L. Martin.
Yeah, our program director. Professor, are you ready? No, we'll go Aisha for you. Okay. They will be doing the interview. We can do it now. Yeah, but the people must have the yeah, I will get to my computer so they can
extra time.
Yeah, as you can see, Mama's important about time, which is good. Thank you.
You mustn't be nervous.
I won't. Prof.
This thing is messing up with my traditional.
I think take it away.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought you
No,
wanted.
no, we're going to put your name in.
Oh, okay, great. Because it's messing up my attire.
Absolutely. Take it off. Take it off.
Okay, you're all good.
Okay. Just save it and make sure we get that in. Bear with me a second.
Bonani, right?
Yeah.
So let us see. Right. And, yeah.
Prof. Bonani, we're so excited to have you here at the Strategic Risk Conference. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
You're really a representative of the traditional Venda. You can see you're so dressed up for it and all ready for the event. Can you tell us just about the entertainment that we experienced over the 2 days that took place at this event? How excited were you to see that?
Oh, yeah. Having the entertainment. Yeah, that's part of our fabric. There's no learning without some bit of music and dancing for the ethnic groups that are here. Then the Tonga and Basutu, and then of course our very own alumni who serenaded us with the gospel songs. So that was brilliant, fantastic.
Speaking of learning, tell us, what learning are you going to be taking home from this conference?
Yeah, so I am so excited first and foremost because it's about, if there's a take home that was emphasized that I was taking for granted, is the idea that strategic planning, so hence strategic leadership and risk conversations, which suits very well. The second part for me was the emphasis on transdisciplinarity and connections and interconnectedness, and that when you solve one part of it or imagine one part of the risk, you must understand that it's a wicked problem, it is connected with the other risks, and therefore we need to take a collaborative effort in terms of identifying them and managing them in a way that is sustainable, taking into consideration issues of the fact that we are already in the 4IR and we need to be also still sensible in terms of taking care of the environment. We look at the session that was today, which emphasized the biosphere reserves and how we should be planning for our contribution to carbon emissions and sustainability, education and learning for the future, because if not, then what's the point?
Now we know that the Strategic Risk Conference takes a lot of planning that goes into it, whether it be catering or speakers, and so much goes on. Tell me, what would you like to see different in 2023 at the Strategic Risk Conference?
Well, I think everything is fine so far. I mean, there always going to be some run after time. I wish there is more conversations. You could see that we had a long day yesterday, and today we are barely even having sufficient time for conversation. But I guess that's part of the, conferences that it's beautiful that this conference is bringing everybody together in every layer, from executive, from governance to the bottom. Maybe we should utilize it more for also embracing the student participation in the junior members of staff as a way of awareness, because I think this was a very brilliant platform for learning, co-learning with also our stakeholders, bringing the stakeholder into the conversation was also brilliant, so maybe we should do more of that.
Okay, great to hear that you're finding everything to be excellent so far. As I mentioned, that it takes a lot of planning to bring such an event to life, and saying that only learning to take home would be to having a shorter conversation and monitoring of time. So we're glad to hear you. Thank you so much for spending this time, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get everyone back in, right?
Thank you, colleagues, for honoring the time. I have to apologize for the little waiting that happened as we started the lunch, but we've put in additional minutes. I'm calling to the podium, Mr. Telite. We agreed that I wouldn't have to say anything longer, so that you can take over. But sufficing to say that it is indeed a core learning process. I was reflecting a bit about how from yesterday to today, between the different layers of colleagues who are here, from governance to executive to stakeholders and colleagues from other universities, we seem to be agreeing on key risks areas. We seem to be agreeing on the need to look at them as wicked problems, and then look at them and their interconnected nature, and the fact that one impact on the other, to look at it in the environments of the 4IR, but not forgetting taking care of the environment, looking at preserving everything we have, I'm checking if my next facilitator is ready, and he says yes. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof, and greetings to everyone in the house. I am not going to follow the protocols that everybody else has followed earlier on. It has been done, so I will leave that part to them and just say, everybody, greetings and humble greetings from me. And thank you very much, University of Venda, for this platform and allowing me to share a little of what I think I have been gifted to do, facilitating an interactive session. That's what I've been told we're going to be doing now. I was told I have got 44 minutes, and we'll try to stick to that 44 minutes. Please tell me the screens are showing my presentation. Thank you very much, VC. Colleagues, this session is about us looking into the future. We basically are going to only be introducing this interaction, these conversations that we need to have on an ongoing basis. I've put up there something that says 2023 is upon us and the future is upon us. Looking at that, we then want to know a little bit of what is on your mind when you talk risk and risk management. Thinking strategically, and we're going to go into that interaction very soon. We're going to be asking ourselves a few questions. Amongst others, is risk-taking necessary? Do we have to take risks? Why do we have to take risks in some of the things that we do? And we're asking this to ourselves as leaders in our respective areas of operation and accountability. We want to understand what is our appetite for strategic risk conversations. Are those conversations we are going to be talking to creating that enabling environment that will transform the higher education sector? The VC spoke about that yesterday when he was welcoming us here. Something to the effect that the higher education sector is risk-prone. The transformation element in the higher education sector is full of risks. The question then becomes, is it risks we want to take? Is it risks we are prepared to take? And what is our appetite for us to have those conversations? When we have those conversations, we also are going to look at what is it that hinders you and me as leaders or potential or supposed transformers of the education sector. What hinders me, what hinders you from taking those calculated risks towards transforming and leading the evolution, somebody called it the revolution, of the higher education sector. It is time for us, colleagues, to reflect in the few minutes that we have. We'll reflect on what are the obstacles that have been identified, that continue to be identified in this transformation journey, and what steps have been taken or should be taken to manage the risks that we are speaking about. What are the dynamics in our environment? And do those dynamics allow you and me to be creative, and get into some guided adventure and say, I don't know what's going to happen when I do this, but I am foreseeing this possibility, and this is the option I'm going to use. Not knowing where I'm going to end up, I still am prepared, and I am going to take that risk. That's the guided element that we want to talk to. And we're going to look at what will be our measures of success in managing our risks and taking those risks. And when we take those risks and we look at those success factors, we then ask ourselves, what could possibly go wrong? And if somebody goes wrong, or if something goes wrong, what options do we have? What mitigations are we going to fall back on? And when we do all this, we ask the CFO of the University of Venda and say, CFO, what support do you need, financially and otherwise? And the CFO says, VC, this is what we require from you in terms of support. Council will say, VC, this is what we want to see happening in our institution, and this is the support that we're looking for. Now, as we think ahead, we're going to look at what is our strategic focus and how do we reposition ourselves. And before we end this slide and talk to the few points, please be aware that from this position I have been given, where is the program director? There she is. I have been given, I'll call it a privilege, to nominate from the floor who is going to lead our interactive engagement and answer questions. The lovely part, Dr. Martin, about what I'm going to be doing as a facilitator is that I don't answer questions. I only throw questions. Everybody else answers questions except me. I am immune from that part. That's the lovely thing about it. We're going to look at how should we tailor our strategies and approaches so that they fit within and help us enhance our unique position. We have a unique position in the education fraternity as institutions of higher learning. And when we do that enhancement of our position and unique situation, we look at what is it that we should do to contribute to and influence the world order. It is now, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to think. I'm going to look at where is my SRC president. I saw him just before we started from lunch. I don't see him, unfortunately. Okay, we'll go to, here is a reserved table right in front of me. Madam in green, I'm going to ask you. Yes. There's the mic for you. Now, give us a topic that we will discuss related to this conference in 25 minutes. You're only giving us the topic, and everybody else will then flow with that topic. Give us something. We'll fine-tune it. Don't worry about that. We'll fine-tune it and we'll agree on something, all of us. Looking at where we are, the presentations that happened yesterday, presentations that happened today, what would you want us to discuss in this interactive session? What would you want the conversation to be about? Anything.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So I would like us to talk about the risks that are linked to research funding at institutions of higher learning.
the risks that are linked to
Research funding.
research funding at
Yes.
institutions of higher learning.
Yes.
I can see Professor Feza smiling in her absence. All right. We'll take this to that table, table number 3 behind the VC. The one behind the VC. Put it in red, nominate someone there on your table who's going to respond to this question. What is the significance? What is the significance of us discussing the topic on the table? What makes that topic significant for us? You nominate someone, put anyone on that table. No. In his table, yes. He must nominate from there. You go, ma'am, please. Is that mic on?
Thanks. The importance of us discussing about the risk of research funding is that as the higher education institutions, research is of importance in having a brighter future, in making serious decisions that will impact on our students that we are producing. So if we can be able to identify the risks that will help us in making serious decisions and also assisting the executive, as the executives are also around here, when they have the strategic discussions in order to make decisions that will be viable and helpful to the staff and also to the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Martin, don't blame me, blame Dee, she's got a mic behind you. The topic on the table, what is the relationship of this to the vision of the higher education sector? Dr. Martin is smiling at me and he says, brilliant question, I was waiting for it. And after Dr. Martin, the next person is going to add to whatever he's going to be saying. Sorry? The topic on the table is, we want to discuss and look at the risks linked to funding of research in higher education institutions. The question then is, we've got the significance of that topic. How does this topic relate to the vision of the higher education sector in South Africa, in the continent, or even internationally?
Well, from a personal point of view, I think it relates in terms of the sort of collaborations we would want to create across institutions and also sort of internationally. So there's about two mandates, I would say, that is addressed here. The one, and specifically if you look at it from a UNIVEN point of view, our fourth strategic thrust speak directly to linkages and partnerships. And so for us, to address the risk of research funding, we would require sort of collaborations both within and outside the country, and also between institutions, be it industry and sort of higher education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Table number one on the side, 1, 2, 3. There's a lady in pink. Yes, thank you. The question, we're gonna move from the one that Dr. Martin has dealt with. What obstacles have been identified, or what obstacles do we foresee in us dealing with the issue of funding research in higher education institutions?
The funding itself and the dwindling funding of research yearly is a concern. One of the goals of the National Development Plan is to produce more PhDs, because we need PhDs for the knowledge economy, to advance science, technology, and to build a strong and sustainable economy. So the conversations that we need to be having is, how can we fund research outside of the normal government grants that we get? And I think, just to connect to what Dr. Martin has said, which strategic partners can we bring on board to fund research? Can we bring industry, for instance, to increase that STEAM income in terms of doing contracted research? Can we commercialize our research? How do we capacitate researchers not only to produce the articles that, yes, we need to publish, but how do we capacitate them to say, this is how your idea can be taken from idea to the market. So if we can look at alternative funding streams to fund research and postgraduate studies, the bursaries are very limited, but yet we are also still looking forward to producing the PhDs that the NDP has challenged us as a higher education institute to contribute towards training of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got a hand here. We've got a hand here. Is there one that side? There's one here. And after this hand, Tinyigo, in case I get charged for not recognizing my principal, the next question goes to the VC's table. He is my principal, so I have to try and make sure I recognize him. Thank you.
Thank you. It is an interesting question, and as researchers, the first thing we have to do is to Google it and do research on the issue. And we're going to identify that there are a number of scenarios that have been developed that they identify that the research domain in the universities is changing internationally, and this is going to affect South Africa as well. There are different variations. One variation argues that China is going to dominate research all over the world, and by necessity, universities are going to be dependent on Asian partners in order to have some resources to do research. At the same time, there are arguments that the United States is going to react adversely on what China is trying to do, and this is going to create a war on research. An important issue that is identified is that research is moving away from the classical patterns into the area that show us what is the benefit of the research that you recommend. And also show us that you have the researchers, that they are on top of the list of international researchers on the topic. The last issue is of particular importance for the University of Venda. In South Africa, we have the top 5 universities that they dominate research. And for so long as the current political ideology remains in the government, there are going to be resources, not only for research, but for everything else in the rural universities and the historically disadvantaged institutions. However, in 2 years' time, we have elections. And we don't know who is going to win and what is going to be the ideology that's going to be maintained. I remember that some years ago, I had a discussion with a minister, and I suggested that we should put something in writing. So after the elections, there was going to be a continuation. And the minister told me that I should not worry. He was an important member of the ANC, and he was going to continue being in the particular ministry. Guess what? After the elections, the person never became minister again. So, changes in the political environment are always useful, but universities have to be alert of the possibilities, and they have to try to create arguments that it doesn't matter what, these institutions, they can play an important role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we hand over to the next table, Tinyiko has identified them. Is there anyone on the virtual platform that we need to recognize so that we don't get accused of not providing them the platform? Not yet? Okay, Tinyiko, we go.
Thank you so much. This topic is very good and relevant. I just want to make comments or just add on what other speakers have said. Firstly, what Dr. Martins talked about in terms of collaboration. It's very important to have research funds so that we can be able to collaborate with other universities and also build the internationalization. And Prof, before she left, she talked about laying hen. That is very important, and in most cases you find that the most funds or the most important thing is that person who's busy on research and takes research very serious. But my argument is we need to also take a risk on creating and building other people. So don't just look at the person who's already doing research, and maybe the person is just a professor and loves research that much, but you don't develop the youngsters or the upcoming academics, because if that hen can move away, what's going to happen with that research, or what is going to happen? That means we will no longer be having eggs. So I think we, as a university, the management also needs to take risk in developing young academics, because we'll also be building internationalization. As a young person, obviously I would love to go outside and meet with other people, meet with other upcoming academics in terms of research. But people like, for example, Dr. Martins will be like, I've been traveling. I'm fine with traveling. I'm fine with getting along with other people. But as Doreen, as young as I am, I will have that energy. So if we don't get the management whereby they take risk on developing us, I feel like it's somehow not good. I'm not saying they are not doing it, but I'm saying in terms of getting the research funds, they must also look into building the upcoming academics. Because, like, for example, now, if I want to attend a conference, I will be told that I don't have money, I don't have a research money or something like that. So that's just the argument that I'm saying. As much as there are risks in getting funds, let the management of the universities also take risks in developing young upcoming academics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tinyiko, you've identified a hand. There's one here. Dee has just sent me a signal. She's in a good mood now. And she's got a few goodies that she wants to give to people for participating going forward.
Okay. I will try and disagree with her. I've been at Univen for 9 years. When I came here, we were given opportunities. It was given to us. Doing research is not traveling. You can do your research being at Univen. But there is also something that the youngster must understand. We tried to publish a paper when I came here. It was rejected the same day. Yesterday we submitted almost the same paper. Because of the name I put there, the paper was almost accepted the same day. So sometimes the university don't take risk because they have to answer, you see. So you as a researcher, go out there. It's because maybe you are afraid. But find yourself a mentor. A mentor, a tutor, will take your hand, write the proposal with you, you submit it. The money mustn't come from Univen. Do you understand? Have your own money. There are a lot of international funding opportunity. And then you will see. Find yourself a mentor. This is advice I'm giving you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. There was a hand here in front. Whilst that response is coming, the next question is going to be the culture, the dynamics, the politics, and the structures and processes in the higher education sector in South Africa specifically. Does it allow, or how does it influence us in carrying out this mission of saying we want to get more funding for research in our fraternity? Ma'am, you go ahead.
Thank you very much. The universities need prolific researchers to get more research money, because when you publish, you get money. But if we don't deal with the up-and-coming researcher, then the universities are in trouble. Professor Fezat spoke about professors not professing. And one of the ways, in my view, of established professors to profess is to mentor the up-and-coming professors. It's easy for us to say, look for funding, I'll help you. But if the young researcher or academic doesn't know where to look, it is a problem. And therefore, for me, the universities need to demand of the established researchers to do this kind of work of mentoring and making the young researchers prolific researchers. Because for me to be a professor, for me to be able to publish and get, it's because I am linked to a university. If I had private practice in the back of my house or in town, I can publish as much as I want. If I am able to find the time and the resources to do that research, being a private practitioner, I would not be a professor, let alone an established professor. And therefore, the professors owe the university something, because the opportunity that is created through the university. And for that, the university therefore needs to say, bring something back, which is not monetary or publication, but the bringing back is to say, when you leave us something. And that something should be the young researcher or the young academics to be able to move forward, even for funding, because they are able to get funding. That funding needs to say, when the application goes out, I need funding for this research, and I've got 2 young academics that are going to be linked to this project. And therefore, as it goes out, it's clear that you have development inside that project that you want to do. And then the young researchers would have an opportunity. And once we do that, everybody remembers who held their hand, and they would do the same going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a hand on the other side of the tables, and that I hope is responding to the issue of the dynamics, the politics, and the culture. How does it influence us in carrying out our mission to ensure that this vision of funding research is carried out? Where is our mic?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the best way is having the policies and procedure manuals in place which cater the time frame. If there's application process, it needs to be tracked, or at what time are we expected to reach what stage? For example, if there's application which is hanging somewhere before it can go out for review or publications, it's not going to go through external if internally is not done. But we must assess how long does it take for our papers to go outside from the beginning until final stage. Let's not measure only the outputs. We must check the processes inside, because no one is talking about the process. We are only focusing on the actual outputs, but we don't know how long did it take for us to end up having each output. Other people are not patient enough. But if we speed the process, we can track and see the process. It will be clear for us to see how long does it take. It will make us improve a lot. Because if the other takes long, the other doesn't. We'll have to investigate and ask ourselves, why did this one take too long? Maybe there's a broken chain. If we identify it earlier, it can be fixed and we standardized it. Number two is there are people who are doing research on daily basis which are not attached to the university in their line of work. But they don't know there's what we call a research fellow. So the university must, in their media and marketing, go out there and let people know that there's what we call a research fellow. You can be part of university research team even if you are not an employee of the university. We can give you a fellowship so that when there are research output coming out, the person can get some portion of it based on the contribution. And also the university might end up competing because now the outputs don't be results of only people who are stationed in the university. So that's what I think it can achieve us to assist us to achieve objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a few tables that we have not afforded an opportunity here. Trying to identify, there's one right in this row here, next to the cameras on this side. The question is, we've looked at this very briefly, of course. We've looked at this issue. We've looked at some obstacles identified. The one question I want us to quickly look at before my program director tells me you're out of time. What could have been done differently in dealing with the issue of funding research in our institutions of learning? Yes, right there, Tiniko. What could have been done differently to get this right? And remember, we're not giving answers here. We're just giving responses. And there's no response that will ever be right or wrong. Only answers are right and wrong. Responses, just tell us what you think and feel. Thank you, Baba. Before we proceed, Program Director, do I still have time? Final question. Oh, okay, thank you.
Should I continue? Thank you. Okay,
Thank you for the question. I think what we could do differently, we must ensure that researchers which are available at the institution, they are familiar with research opportunities, and we always receive a number of calls via our research directorate, and whether most of us respond to those calls is something else. I can't answer. And another one, there are lots of research opportunities outside there. I'm not sure if our colleagues and researchers are tapping into those opportunities. And also there is also an issue of when you identify these research opportunities. There are issues of deadlines here. You need to develop, you should have your research proposal ready, maybe on time, and whether we are managing that is another question. This is something that's what I can say for now. What do you want me to continue?
Thank you very much. You've given us what you think, Baba. We appreciate that. Tinyiko, you identified a hand somewhere. You're going to give it to that. And whilst it's going there, the mic, please also respond to this part. What are you? Somebody else in the same table. What are you taking out of this mini conversation that we've had in relation, of course, to the topic? But let's first give the table that's got the mic. Yeah. And then from there, we'll move behind you. Who's going first?
Okay. Afternoon. I just wanted to respond on the issue of how could we do this differently? I'm thinking that because in the university we've got different fields, we could just liaise with the industries. Remember, now we are on Industry 4.0, and most of the industries, they need researchers. So I think that could also start with advocacy. Advocacy should not come or start while a person has to do a postgraduate degree. Let it start at the junior level. Let's advocate our junior students so that even when they reach the postgraduate level after getting their degrees, they would be having an understanding of what the research is. If you can check in most universities, our junior students, they will just follow research just for the sake of doing that, not understanding the purpose of that research. So I think if you could do the advocacy from the junior level and also liaise with the industries, because most of the industries, they also need researchers. So, and sorry, you find that they also have funding on that. That could also help to source funding into the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thanks.
That is our last input, unfortunately. We were only introducing this brilliant topic that came from this table. The conversation continues beyond this stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So as far as research funding is concerned, perhaps let me talk about funding broadly, because that would also include research funding. A question perhaps we should ask, whose responsibility is it to generate funding in a higher education institution? And my view is that it is, in fact, everybody's responsibility. Let me give you an example. So, I am a risk practitioner. I know how to do risk profiling. I know how to review documents pertaining to ERM. Can I not take that skill and respond to a request for quotations? We could get into, and perhaps I'm too naive on this, we could get into an arrangement with organizations to say, yes, you've got procurement processes in place, but what if as a higher education institution, we bring in students into the project. We generate funds, and perhaps instead of charging the 10 rands, which could be charged by a business consulting firm, we will charge you slightly less. But we generate funds, number one. Number two, it's an opportunity for our students to participate in a practical project so that they become more employable. I think that is one part. It's everybody's responsibility. And secondly, the researchers, the academics, at what point in their career journey, at what point do we begin to say industry experience is critical? I think with that component as part of their candidacy profile, they are likely to be more effective even in terms of generating funds. But Chair, allow me to go back to an earlier question, and I cannot remember how you phrased it. But I think part of what we need to do in responding.
If the program director,
sorry.
I'm going to point at you.
Sorry, my apologies.
But please continue.
I didn't see she was already out there.
please continue.
I can't remember exactly what the question was, but I think in response as a sector, we need to be more exploratory in posture. We talk about innovation, we talk about excellence, but practically, to what extent do we embrace failure? Because you can't talk about innovation without talking about the potential for failure. The innovative project is deeply infested with failure. If we can get that right, that balance, then we will be home. That's my belief. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director. Thank you for the opportunity. It is everyone's responsibility. That's what came from the last speaker. I'm going to augment that with a quote from somebody who was born in Graaff-Reinet in the Eastern Cape. He says, may his soul rest in peace, and I quote, "The wheel of progress revolves relentlessly, and the nations of the world take their turn at the field glass of destiny. Africa will not retreat. Africa will not relent. Africa will not compromise. And Africa will not equivocate. And she shall be heard." This is the beginning of the conversation. Let's carry out this conversation in our various institutions, platforms, within families as well. Thank you very much. Let this continue. Thank you. I'm declaring.
Oh, for the picture. Evidence for declaration. Thank you very much. I had to give that extra minute because the point about it's everyone's responsibility talks to me a lot. Speaking of bias, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for keeping to time. Thank you, Botelite, for really steering this. There is going to be winners of the activities in the leaderboard. And it will come just after this session, Bosivia, which I'm going to ask Dr. Mulaudzi and your panel, please. You also have 45 minutes. And your 45 minutes starts at 2:15, which means we should be done at 3. Over to you, Dr. Mulaudzi. Bosibia, do you want to say something? Yes, we will announce the activities on the leaderboard immediately after this session. Dr. Mulaudzi, over to you. I don't want to call.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, colleagues.
No. Good afternoon once more, colleagues. I'm welcoming you to this very last session of the conference, which I promise you it's not going to sound like the last one. It's definitely going to sound like the first because we're already preparing for the next conference. So don't worry, nobody's going to slumber. And especially considering the topic that we'll be looking at, that my wonderful panelists are going to be presenting on, which actually has entrepreneurship at its center. I don't know about you, but for me, this word has been a tongue twister for a very long time. And then it prompted me to go to its etymology to try and find out as to why is this word so difficult for me? Then I went to find out and realize that it's actually a word that has its origin from French, that it's actually from a French verb, which entrepreneur, which actually means to take action, to undertake, to do something. So, and that it was used, I think, for the first time in the 18th century as a business concept. So from then on, it has become a very usual and a common phrase. Colleagues, I believe that you and I would agree with me that entrepreneurship these days is a very important endeavor. That's why you'll find it in almost everywhere. If you look at our NDP plan 2030, Vision 2030, you'll also find entrepreneurship. Yesterday, when our colleague was presenting about the models of the University of the Future, one of the models is a university that also looks at entrepreneurship. So I don't know, perhaps on that score, maybe we need to sound a huge round of applause for the University of Venda because our second strategic trust is actually entrepreneurship. So it means we are already the University of the Future. So it's there. Although I also believe that, like you and me, we are not looking at entrepreneurship as the panacea for all our economic woes. But definitely it has a very important role to play. So then I'm going to hand over to my panelists. Then they'll be the ones who will be unpacking. They'll actually be unpacking the topic, developing an entrepreneurship ecosystem and culture, but they'll be doing this from their different presentations. They each have their own presentations. We are going to start with Dr. Robert Martin, who is the thorn amongst the roses here. Who is our DVC academic corporate at the University of Venda, who will be looking at rejuvenation and repositioning for impact relevance, the Univen journey. Next to Dr. Martin, we have my Professor Nthambeleni Mogalaka, whom I would also like to claim as my own, from Univen, who is presently at the University of Pretoria. And the director, they will also be unpacking the topic, but looking at a presentation entitled Future Fit University Campus for the Development of Entrepreneur Ecosystems. And then lastly, my last rose over there, that is Mutlanalo Gloria Khumalo, who is the founder and the CEO of Motlanelo Incorporation, who will also be looking at transforming the landscape using cultural lens. Over to you. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Prof. Oh, okay.
So, colleagues and friends, good afternoon. I'm going to try and stick to the time. I have a disclaimer to make, though, before I start my presentation, that my presentation is actually a culmination of everyone's work at the university. So, when I was asked to do a presentation on the ecosystem and culture that we are developing at the university, I thought maybe we should look at it from what energies we have spent thus far. And that's why I have titled our presentation to be Rejuvenation and Repositioning for Impact and Relevance. And so I'm hoping that in sharing the university's journey to date, you would see that we haven't arrived yet. We very much still are on a journey, and we want to share this journey with you, and that's really the intention of the presentation. So where did we start? We were fortunate as the university that in 2019 and I'm happy that this conference is speaking to risk and leadership at the same or in the same vein. So we were concerned about the university in the previous strategy when we had to report on our APP objectives and so on, that we continuously had to audit findings that indicated that we are just not achieving these strategic objectives that we have set for ourselves. Those of you that know that Univen is supposed or is classified as a comprehensive university, and it is that comprehensiveness that continuously to give us trouble when the Auditor General had then to audit us on an annual basis. Also, we have found in 2019 when we reviewed the strategy, and specifically with the appointment of the new Vice-Chancellor, so you have to give him credit for the quickness and the fact that we have started to do this and recrafted our new strategy that was supposed to be becoming operational in 2021, that we already in 2019 were working on the new strategy. And so we took advantage because the VC were new, and therefore we wanted to share in his vision of making sure that the university then goes in a different sort of direction, but a direction of sort of achievement. And so what we needed to then do is to look at this need for us to address our reputational and sustainability risk. Univen at that time in 2016-17 were in the news and front page news at that for all the wrong reasons. And we had this very, very dire need to change the story of the university, which actually brings me back to the title of our presentation on rejuvenation. We recognized as management that we don't want to change the university totally, because there were certain pockets of excellence that we enjoyed and excellence that we still wanted to sort of celebrate. And it's for that reason that we started to talk about rejuvenation and repositioning the sort of institution. And so this is the sort of journey then that we decided to go on. Our decision was to focus then on the rejuvenation and the repositioning for relevance and impact. Specifically that we also wanted to use this opportunity to show the world or to move the mindset away from ruralness to rural basedness. And so we wanted to say to colleagues and to students at Univen that we have an opportunity here to impact the world from here and to use our rural baseness as a strategic sort of advantage. And so what we then did is to realize also that we wanted to focus on 3 key areas, which is the strategy that we were busy recrafting. We then focus on, so what is the value chain then that we see the sort of universities functioning in? And then we crafted the business operating model that is then supposed to support the strategy. As you know, structure follows strategy. And so that's really what I'm going to sort of share with you. Our strategy, the value chain, and the business operating model. And so when you look at it from a strategic point of view, we then developed our strategy 21-25 and focus. We wanted to move away from the old thinking that you just developed a lot of strategic objectives. And our old strategy got us into trouble because the strategic objectives were really operational objectives. They weren't strategic objectives. And for this reason then, management then focused on developing strategic thrusts. And we decided on to keep it at a minimum of 4 so that we can focus on these strategic thrusts. And those 4, as you can see, is focusing on student-centeredness and engaged scholarship, entrepreneurial university, governance for outstanding scholarship, linkages and partnership, and internationalization was the 4th one. The panel leader has just said that entrepreneurial university focus is not the end all for a university. You can see that we have realized that. We had this desire to turn Univen into an entrepreneurial university, but we also wanted to keep the focus on academic excellence. And for that reason, you could see that the other strategic thrust is then supposed to also make sure that the university still deliver on its mandate. And so we then engage with the value chain, and we crafted the ARISE value chain. ARISE is actually a sort of acronym because we realize that a university's business actually have got these 5 elements of this value chain. A university admits students and it assesses students. It then has to focus on how do we retain those students. Instruction is an important issue, scholarship obviously, and then enablement. And so colleagues, you can see that the challenges, whether you speak to students that are underprepared, is actually addressed, whether you want to do sort of community engagement and etc., you will find in this value chain. And so what we then did from here is then to see if we are on the right track. Each of these strategic thrusts that I shared with you, we then develop about 3 or 4 strategic objectives for each of those thrusts. And to then check if we were on the right track, we then mapped the ARISE value chain elements with the strategic objectives, because we wanted to see that what we thought, whether the elements of the value chain would then indeed be addressed by the strategic objectives that we would be, that we have then developed. Unfortunately, I'm sure it doesn't show well on the screen, but I'm hoping that when the slides are shared with you, you would be able to sort of engage with it. We then went a step further than only mapping the ARISE value chain elements to the strategic objectives. We then also developed the Univen operating model. And so what this model is showing you is to say that we wanted to keep the focus, the attention on the core business of the university. And we then had to engage with what does core business mean? Because I'm sure when we talk to sort of academics, we think that core business is the academic. But it's not the academic, I want to argue. It's the programs that the academics are in charge of or what they develop. And so academics are necessary for whatever programs the sort of university is offering. And therefore the issue that was also mentioned yesterday to sort of check the PQM of the university and its relevance is then also important. But what the business operating and model ensured us to do, or ask of us to do, is that the business operating model also at the same time would then serve as a resource allocating model. So it would then ensure that our resources then becomes biased towards the core business of the university. You would see that we have then mapped which processes are necessary to support the sort of core business, and then also that we also give colleagues in the university an understanding where are they within the institution. You know, HR needed to understand that they are here to support the sort of core business, finance, etc. And our IPQA unit, as an example, would then be there to steer the sort of core business in the right direction. Then we then also did an exercise to again map the ARISE value chain model with the business operating model. Again, just checking, you know, whether we are still on the right track and whether we are addressing the same thing. And then we went and looked at the macro structure, which obviously addressed the executive management structure. And you would then see that each executive are now responsible for a set of strategic objectives, but also fits in. Each executive also understand where he or she fits into the value chain and what it is that that particular division is then supposed to contribute to the strategic objectives of the university. And so I'm moving quickly because I'm mindful of time. So because I'm responsible, each executive was also assigned the responsibility for the strategic thrust that I have shared with you in our earlier slide. So, and because I know Professor Crawford, the DVC Teaching and Learning, has presented yesterday, Professor Fazer today, the CFO had the opportunity to lead a panel. And so because it's my opportunity to present, I thought I'll take advantage to then share with you the strategic thrust for which I am the champion of, which happens to be the entrepreneurial university thrust. And I'm sharing with you so that we could have an engagement, and I think it would then also show how we are busy developing the ecosystem in the university for entrepreneurship, as well as the culture that we want to drive. So what you will see on the slide is that we started with what I have indicated initially, to rejuvenate Univen. That was the focus, and from that rejuvenation part, we then came and developed a strategy. We first wanted to be clear as to what it is that we wanted to achieve, which is rejuvenation and sort of repositioning. Then we crafted the strategy, and then we started to focus on this strategic thrust called Entrepreneurial University. What we have then decided to do is to focus in terms of an ecosystem on the quadruple helix. And so we then as a university actively decided that because we are only rolling out the strategy, we would then only focus or limit our initial energies on the institution itself and also on the sort of community. And so what I'm going to share with you is what we have started then to sort of do. So within the university, we then focus on the notion of intrapreneurship, where we focus on, so what are those things in the university, be it the culture, be it policy systems and processes that can be hindering us to become an entrepreneurial university. And so here we started to focus on, the entrepreneurial orientation, how do people think and so on, and we needed to have some engagements around that. And we also at the same time had a focus on entrepreneurship itself. I started to say to staff and to students that it's okay, we want to support you to become entrepreneurs. Now, I've heard the last speaker before we came on the sort of platform referring to how staff members can assist with fundraising and so on. And I think we support that. But there's something that I think we are still in the process of sort of addressing. And that is when we started to share with colleagues that we want to go this route. From a sort of academic point of view, we still don't have the policies that are aligned to this. And so we have chartered accountants, for example, that are working in the university as academics, that are appointed at senior lecturer level. We have attorneys that are appointed at the university, also at the same level. So the colleagues, the chartered accountants and attorneys get very excited because the university are now an entrepreneurial university and it's okay for me to run my practice. But what the colleagues is forgetting is that the primary responsibility is still the student. And so whilst we want to encourage academics to follow their dreams, we now have to engage with the same colleagues to say, but you cannot also leave students by themselves while you're chasing your dream. And so what we are now busy with is to get these two to speak to each other so that it's okay for us to clap hands if we have sort of academics that represent, in the High Court and so on. It gives us exposure as a university. But we can't do that also at the detriment of students that are waiting for that academic in the classroom. And so this is the challenge that we are still engaged with. And that's part of culture also that we need to address. Yeah, I think I made that. So from a staff and student point of view, what we thought what can make us to move a little bit quicker, we then started to create COPs, communities of practice. So at the university now, we have a community of practice that look at studentpreneurship, encouraging students to become entrepreneurs and to give them sort of support. We also have a COP that look at sort of academics and to provide assistance with or for sort of academics to assist them with curriculum development and so on. And then I've heard yesterday about SDGs and how linked to it. We have actually created a COP that speak to both entrepreneurship and SDGs. So we have actually linked the two together. But what we have said from the start is that we are an academic institution. We don't want to do things just for the sake of doing. So the foundation of what we're doing is scholarship and research. And so we're still pushing colleagues to look at publications, etc., and so on, that comes from the work that we have started to do. And so the big thing that we are engaged with now, we have started with community engagement. We have started to look at relevance and impact from a community point of view, the whole notion of social entrepreneurship. But the big drive now is to look at commercialization, both within the university and also from outside the university. So colleagues, this map is actually giving you a picture of our ecosystem and also give you some idea, at least, of the culture that we want to develop in the university. And so very quickly, I want to end off by just sharing with you what to date we have started to interventions we have implemented. We developed what we call the Univen Integrated Innovation Entrepreneurship and Biodiversity Plan. And this plan is supposed to bring what the colleague of the Vembe Biosphere has indicated, to bring us closer to the research and to the interventions that the university want to do and what impact it wants to have in the local sort of communities. We created the entrepreneurship focus COPs, I've already talked to that. And then we started to collaborate with what Professor Francis here at the Institute of Rural Development called IC for LED, the Innovation Champions for Local Economic Development. And we piggybacked on that, and so we are linking entrepreneurship also to what they are doing in local economic development. And then we negotiated with STEP. STEP is the Student Training Entrepreneurship Program, I think it's called. This is a German, UNESCO Germany is funding this program with Ljubljana University, also from Germany. We did a pilot in 2020, and from there, it is now a program that is funded by sort of UNESCO, and we have students that are actively sort of participating in the STEP program on an annual basis. We have just appointed a STEP coordinator that is looking after this program as well. We have in 2021, CEDA has accepted our business plan to implement or to create the Univen Center for Entrepreneurship for Rapid Incubation. Okay, yeah. No, she's reminding me time is of the essence. So, yeah, sorry, I just get excited to share, so I'll be quick. And then Student Entrepreneurship Activation Office is what we have now implemented at the university, and this is funded by EDHE and Standard Bank. Yeah, I've already talked about the UC Ferry. And then we have just started to roll out business advice centers. We have just this week launched our first business advice center at the Mercado Mall. I'm sure we're the first university that is opening a business advice center within a retail mall. And so we're very proud of that. And this is something that it's also linking up with our strategic focus of community engagement and relevance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. I think next time, colleagues, I'll first check as to who my panelists are. If one of my panelists is my immediate senior, I think I'll recuse myself. Because it becomes very difficult if you have to tell your senior to stop talking. So anyway, thank you, Dr. Martin, for the presentation. Without much waste of time, I'm going to ask our prof to proceed. Thank you.
I might need assistance here. Please. I was clicking, nothing was happening.
No, it's not working.
Yeah, I think it's coming.
Oh, there.
There it is. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will just also write on the previous protocols that have been observed, and also thank the University of Venda for the opportunity to share with you how we perceive a campus of the future should look like for the fostering and development of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. I will take you through why entrepreneurship is necessary, and I think already the ground has been laid there. And what is the concept of the University of the Future? Yesterday it was already introduced. And what are the frameworks which are there for building an entrepreneurial ecosystem, and also link that to anchor institutions as a framework that can be adopted for building an entrepreneurship ecosystem, and share with you a little bit some of what we do at Mamelodi campus that speaks to building entrepreneurship. So I think yesterday the first panel on the strategies on revising the curriculum for student graduatedness, they really articulated very well the problems that are facing higher education. And I think also I will just maybe just reflect on those. Our underprepared students that enter the university, not only are they underprepared in terms of discipline knowledge, but we find that they do not have the requisite skills. And we have a very high dropout rate, and especially for first generation students, and particularly those from previously disadvantaged communities. And yesterday, I think for me it was quite interesting, the conversation on decolonization of our curriculum. And while we are on a curriculum, we need to really look at how do we re-energize our curriculum so that we produce those future fit graduates. And I think Professor Crawford added to that transformation, contextualization, Africanization, and internationalization of the curriculum. And ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree with me that if we can get at least some of these things right, we can make sure that the graduates who which we send out there to the world, that they are really prepared for the market, and they are employable. We have a problem with graduates who are now underemployable, underemployed graduates, because you find that they cannot enter the skills or the sectors which they have been trained for, so they end up in other sectors which are not really in the discipline and fields that they are trained for. So just also to highlight the burden of the unemployment on our graduates. And I think what's concerning is that if you do year-on-year comparisons, you find that in 2022, quarter one, if you look at the if you look at the age group, I think it's 25 to 35, and this is where the majority of our graduates lie. There has been an increase in unemployment. So really, this is something that needs to be highlighted and actually shows that there is really a problem in the country. So why is it important to have or to include and infuse entrepreneurship in universities? Like I said, much has been said, but I'm not going to repeat what has been said. But I think also we must see entrepreneurship as an opportunity to create new business activities. And I think my predecessor, Dr. Martin, articulated to us how Univen is doing that. And also the generation of third stream income, and I think it ties in nicely to the conversation that we had just before this panel, that how can we increase funding, research funding, and what are the opportunities that are out there? So really we need to have an entrepreneurial way of thinking in terms of how to attract funding. And we all know that it's widely known that, you know, if you look at first world countries which have a high number of entrepreneurs, you know, entrepreneurship drives the economy. I mean, look at the Silicon Valley. It is an economy on itself. So really, if we bring it home, in South Africa, the SMMEs, they really do contribute much to the South Africa's wage bill. But how much of our graduates contribute to the wage bill of the country through entrepreneurship and SMMEs? So it has been reported that yes, the SMEs, they do contribute quite immensely to the wage bill. However, if we compare us to other countries, our entrepreneurship skills and contribution is still quite low. So meaning that there is an opportunity for graduates to contribute to the entrepreneurship and to the economy. So I was quite happy yesterday when one of the speakers introduced the concept of a university of the future. I think you will agree, ladies and gentlemen, that the university that you and I went to does not look anything like the university, the current university. Yes, the buildings might be the same, but however, the way that we do, the way that we teach and learn and we do research has quite really evolved. And also the focus is now mainly on societal impact. So whatever research that we're doing, Dr. Martin said, they even align their strategy to the SDGs. So really what we are doing now as universities is not only to produce discipline knowledge and to produce graduates and the knowledge that is produced, but the future university has a different role to play. So we will have, in the future, it is predicted that the university will have different characteristics, and depending on what will be the major focus or the major characteristic of the university, you will have about 4 stratified levels of universities. You will have what is called a platform university with those characteristics. But I think for me, what stands out is the entrepreneurial university, that it is a university, not only is it focused on community, on entrepreneurship and building the economy, but also it is contributing towards societal impact. And we will have interactive universities, so those are universities that are really focused towards technology, And we will still have those research-intensive universities, and they foresee a cross between your classical or your traditional research-intensive universities and probably universities of technologies, which will still contribute to your discipline knowledge, because we still need that basic knowledge in the sciences. So how do you, what framework or what are the ingredients that are needed in building a university entrepreneurship ecosystem? So like I said, that the universities of today are no longer the same as universities that you and I graduated from. So universities, for them to build and foster an entrepreneurship ecosystem, they have to play a key role, a central role as anchor institutions. And I will share with you later what this concept of anchor institutions. Because not only do universities, as we've seen in the future universities, not only will they be expected to continue to advance science, but also they would need to be leaders in entrepreneurial thinking to fulfill the economic and societal impact. So how do we achieve that entrepreneurial thinking, and also how do we become these anchor institutions? So we need to reimagine our campuses as they are. So we need to reimagine, we need to reconfigure the spaces, and we need to transform our universities. But most of all of this should be done towards social innovation, because you saw that one of the characteristics of a future university is to have social impact. And the entrepreneurship ecosystem, it is envisaged that it should not look like the current ecosystem, which is focused on academic research-based startups, which are quite common and spin-offs, but also it should include university incubation hubs, and I was quite happy to hear my predecessor here talk about a business clinic. And so this also taking a transdisciplinary approach and to student and community-based entrepreneurship. So the Anchor Institute concept, this is a concept that originates from the US. The term was first coined in the 1960s, and it emerged out of the landscape of change, which was at that particular time, the United States was going through deindustrialization, globalization, and also they saw a rise in the neoliberal politics that went as far as undermining the manufacturing-based economy. So with that, a lot of industries were closed, and there was high unemployment rate, and also just decaying neighborhoods, and this led to really decaying neighborhoods and also generational poverty. So in the effort to intervene, the local universities, they stepped forward and formed what is called these anchors. So they really distinguish themselves from other universities. So this would be universities such as the University of Venda, which is embedded in a community, and also the Mamelodi campus, which is a campus within a university. So they came out as anchors for their communities. And this was mainly universities of institutions of higher education, and also academic and medical centers. So this really changed and shaped many local communities in a way that communities were developed, and to take them out of those appalling conditions. So really, with the anchor institution concept, it is really leveraging on your institutional assets to create a healthy and inclusive local economy. Remember, a university that is embedded in in a community, it really is it is an extension of that of the community. So if your community is not developed and you have an institution or a university which is inside the community that is miles apart from the community, then you will have problems, because the communities cannot identify with the university. So we need to break down those walls and those barriers and make universities accessible to communities if we are to solve those sustainable, or if we are to reach those sustainable development goals. So these anchor institutions, really they are a cornerstone of a thriving entrepreneurial ecosystem, and the universities can play a central role as collaborators and also as conveners for fostering entrepreneurship. So just to share with you our anchor institution, our anchor strategy as Mamelodi Campus. So Mamelodi Campus is a university of the University of Pretoria. It is a university, as you can see, within a community. And we developed an anchor institution strategy in response to the university's social impact strategy. So you will see that at the center of the anchor institution, of course, is the university, and we have a wide range of stakeholders coming from multiple sectors. You will note that as the anchor institute, we have several partners. We have partnership with government, we have partnership with industry, we have partnerships with the community. So really, this is also anchored on the quadruple helix model. So we are partnering with different stakeholders for different activities, but at the center is the academic project, which is our extended curriculum programs. However, then through different partners, which we call the Mamelodi Collaborative, we are able to respond to the different strategies and also strategic objectives of the university. So if you look at our partners in terms of, we partner with universities, I'm going to draw your eyes there. So in terms of partnering with other universities, we also partner with communities, and through our business hub, we then, this is where our entrepreneurship development is central. So how is our Mamelodi Campus Business Hub that is embedded within the Mamelodi Collaborative, how does that operate? So we operate, like I said, on a partnership model. So the Mamelodi Campus Business Hub, it offers support, of course, but we partner with, for instance, internally we partner with other faculties and also other professional support services. We have industry partners that we work with for the implementation of the different entrepreneurship programs and also skills development programs, not only for our students, but also for the youth and the communities. We have partnered with industry. We have programs such as your APSA Business Development Program. We've also recently was funded by the UNICEF, PwC, to establish also building a new business ventures. And yeah, we also, through the Mamelodi campus, like I said, that our campus is open to the community, so we do a lot of community engagement through the business hub. It also acts as a business incubation. It also offers business incubation services. And we also partner with our colleagues such as the UP Enterprise, which is a business unit of the university, but also we also partner with other faculties such as the GIBS, which is the University of Pretoria's business school. We, through the Mamelodi campus business hub, we also have students who can walk in if they have an idea, and they can be helped with things like how do you develop a business proposal, how do you access funding, and also we have through programs such as the EDHE, we give awareness through different student activation activities on campus. So just to share with you some of the very recent activities that have been coming out of the the Business Hub, we offer, as you can see, we offer different workshops, we offer different trainings. We have partnered with Agri-Citas, and you will see there in the middle, that is one of our success stories where a cooperative was established, and there is they are now supplying one of the local supermarkets within the regional malls in Tshwane. So this is what we would like to see, that after we have provided and after we have developed these skills, that we do not want the skills just to sit and not realize the potential. So we also offer mentoring services and also assistance with access to local markets, which I think this is one of our success stories where the students really came through a learnership, but now they are a vital business that even that provides a service to the local economy. And with that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
That's Ms. Kumalo. Thank you. Not too bad. Just 5 minutes. Prof was more than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Program Director. Allow me to extend my special greetings and heartfelt thank you to the university for giving us, Mutlanalo as a firm, an opportunity to share with you our journey 5 years into business. Special greetings to the Vice-Chancellor and the Council led by the Chair, the Executive Management Committee of the University, and the broader leadership team of the University. Some time ago, I came across this wording: do the things you are most afraid of. This is a mantra I live by, not because I'm brave or confident or even reckless, but because I have to constantly remind myself to step out of the way of what one managed to achieve to date and out of the comfort zone. It is a reminder to myself that it takes courage to turn a dream into reality, and that the choices I need to make to achieve that dream will not always be easy. Here I am privileged today to share the twists and turns of my life's journey that has brought me to this moment. I don't know why the organizers of the event have given me this topic to talk about. So my team and I sat down and thought, what are going to be the key matters of import that we leave here after the presentation? More than 26 years ago, I set my sights on becoming a chartered accountant. This is after obtaining my junior degree from the University of Limpopo and having worked for a few years in corporate South Africa. I was afforded incredible professional experiences at both PricewaterhouseCoopers and Ernst & Young, where I held various leadership positions. And then I realized what I was capable of, because I once read that after 20 years of being in a professional space, you can claim to know what that space is all about. 2017, I decided to do the thing I was most afraid of, and of course to contribute to the transformation of the South Africa audit landscape. and I took a leap of faith to venture out on my own from the Big Four and establish Mojanku Chartered Accountants and Auditors Incorporated. Being an entrepreneur in the professional services has been the experience of a lifetime, especially after leaving the Big Four audit firm's environment at a senior and exposed level. I've learned more in the past 5 years than I've ever imagined, and I'm forced to face my fears head-on every day. The greatest lesson I've learned is that you cannot get where we are today on our own. We were fortunate to start the firm by acquiring the PricewaterhouseCoopers practice in Polokwane through their enterprise development program. Since then, we've grown from just around 12 employees to just over 90 employees today. And we operate not only in Limpopo, we're now in Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and the Western Cape. Thank you. I'm exceptionally proud to say that we are seeing the fruits of our labor, producing our first chartered accountant in 2020 from the first 4 trainees we employed through the SAICA training program, and today we are employing over 60% female professionals. In our first years, we've grown from strength to strength, but this is in large to the support we have received from the enterprise development programs at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ernst & Young, and of course, I must pause here and applaud government through the Auditor General of South Africa program. We are here today. Let's acknowledge government, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, our private sector and public sector clients who have confidence in who we are as a firm. We have purposefully designed a supportive ecosystem of professional partners around us to support us in delivering complex transactions and professional services that on our own will not be able to. Now, about the ecosystem that you ask us to talk about around the culture. In my view, it is essential for entrepreneurs to take a view of purpose and culture first and apply this to all aspects of our business model. In fact, I will go so far as to say you should design your ecosystem around your purpose and culture. The reason is simple. It will be impossible to achieve your vision if you do not deliberately align yourself with organizations that share and believe in your purpose and your culture. At Mojanku, we want to share our future with smart, young, talented, and diverse people who embrace our values of respect, understanding, trust, and accountability, which spells Ruta to teach in Sepedi. This is core to who we are as a business, and it is important for us that our clients and partners understand and support our values. We truly, truly are grateful to our clients, some of whom are in the room today, and the support we received from PricewaterhouseCoopers when we kickstarted our journey in April 2017. This definitely eased our startup pains by acquiring an office that was already a going concern in the Polokwane office of PricewaterhouseCoopers. But the harder part of our growth story has been to position Mojanku as a brand, as a credible service provider of professional services to South Africa and beyond. By the way, we are honored to also provide services beyond our borders. Currently, we service clients in Botswana as well. And our very first CA, who qualified in 2020, is working for us but based in Ghana. Some looked at us and wondered our ability to differentiate on key business ethos and acumen, but we are really thankful to those clients who believed in us and remain grateful. It was up to us to grow our own client base, attract the right talent, something not easy, but we continue to believe in this, that we can produce chartered accountants, we can produce registered auditors, we can produce professionals to serve our markets in the only way we know how as a home-brewed firm in both South Africa and this continent. And of course, for them to live the ethos and the ethics and the integrity that is expected of our profession. So I've spoken about the partnerships, but the most important one is in 2018, EY announced to the market the partnership with Mutlanalo. This partnership meant that EY will leverage Mutlanalo's skills and knowledge with initial focus on bank audits, and in return, Mutlanalo will have access to EY's global network of resources, integrated teams, and auditing experience. The EY partnership is key to empowering our staff by growing their skill set and exposing them to different auditing environments, something that was very difficult for us to achieve to the fullest on our own, and remains so because of the way the business ecosystem works. The partnership with EY is a wonderful validation of the belief that exists in Mutlanalo and our potential as an emerging audit firm. Through EY, we have access to unrivaled growth and learning opportunities, and our staff are able to join EY teams on audits. And today, we are part of some of the South Africa's largest JSE-listed companies. While this is a golden opportunity for Mutlanalo, we do not take the responsibility and this partnership lightly, especially the expected professional ethos and the work ethics. I'm not sure in the room how many of you are closer to the profession and the difficulty we are faced with in accessing markets such as financial services. But today, as Mutlanalo, we are producing and giving to the world and South Africa professionals who audit banks, who audit insurance, who audit logistics, who audit telco, etc., etc. For us is how we will transform this audit profession. We all know the influence that auditors, accountants, and consultants have in business. And just by producing our own, that influence will be easier. On a personal note, I've been fortunate to experience firsthand the immeasurable benefits of mentorship, trust, and confidence of other professionals who encouraged me to put myself out there and hold senior roles at both the Black Management Forum and the Black Business Council. I'm the former Deputy President of the Black Management Forum and Vice President of Black Business Council, Black Professionals. Through these organizations, I met the best and the brightest in our country who encouraged me to lend my talents towards and be part of organizations contributing towards transformational policies in the country. I've learned that risk management can be central to the rise and certainly the fall of a business. Vice-Chancellor, I was delighted, I was excited when in your opening and welcome speech, you referred to risk being at the center of decision-making process. Quite often, most businesses, most executives just miss this one, of saying, if I make this decision today, as an example, to release and exit an employee, what are the labor consequences? What is HR saying? What is the brand reputation? So at Motlanalo, we strive to take a strong risk lens in our business model and the decisions we make, not only in the services we provide, but also our responsibilities to the risk and the regulatory environment. That's why we worked hard to receive accreditation from South African Institute of Chartered Accountants in all the offices we operate. And of course, the Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors is also a key stakeholder to our firm, as we need to comply with the country's highest standards expected of auditors, and we are also proud that we are accredited by them. We are also members of the Institute of Internal Auditors South Africa and the Institute of Risk Management South Africa. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, and as I close, the balance and the interplay between our ecosystems, directed by our vision, purpose, values, and culture, means that even as a relative newcomer on the South African professional services landscape, we have an important role to play in contributing to the South African economy and her people. We are committed, as I said earlier, to producing quality auditors, well-rounded business leaders for our country's economic prosperity, and serving our clients with distinction at the highest levels of quality, especially giving access to these professionals who may not have an opportunity to enter the Big 4, Big 5 audit environment, yet give them the experience through the markets that we serve. We hope to be around for many years to come and leave a lasting legacy for the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with this parting thought. Invest in your networks, build them purposefully, and choose your partners carefully. In today's currency, your networks are your net worth. Thank you very much for your attention. I also want to say, what do we live for, if not to make life more easier to those who come after us? Ke a leboga.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Khumalo, for the presentation. Colleagues, unfortunately, the time that was given to us has actually been used up by the presentations. So we have very little time left for Q&A. But I think you'll agree with me that it was important to allow the panelists to share with us their experiences, because you also notice from the presentation that these are not just maybe theses or statements that they're thinking about. They're talking about real life events, things that are actually taking place, things that are happening in their lives and what they're involved in. So now perhaps I'm just going to allow for a few questions, one or two burning questions that we could attend to. Thank you. Oh, okay. There is a question, what will Univen do about the gaps in the mapping of the ARISE value chain to the strategic thrusts? For example, why can there not be scholarship about admissions and assessment, which is actually very necessary? I believe this is directed to Dr. Martin. And there is another one on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ruzani Mampieri. Mine is not a question, it's just a comment. On the last speaker, she concluded by mentioning something which is very important, and it's also important in this gathering because people here are networking. You were right, Mrs. Khumalo, by saying that your network is your net worth. And I believe that this is an opportune time for us. I see my president of Univen Convocation is here. We will also use the opportunity to explore how we can partner with Mutlanalo Chartered Accountants for the benefit of our students, because University of Venda is training future chartered accountants, and we would love to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Martin, would you like to respond to that question? Or perhaps before Dr. Martin responds, is there another last one that you can take? Because definitely that wasn't a question. Yes, there is a hand over there.
Thank you. My name is Pipil Swan. Earlier, when we spoke about how a publication could not be approved because certain names were not included in there, it speaks to the issue of also having partnerships. What is it that the university is doing to ensure that once they've trained the students and they are out there in the real world, they get access to the right partnerships, the right people that are going to assist them to be able to implement what they've learned? Because it's another thing to have the know-how, but to implement it in the real world. So what it is that these COPs that have been established and these business centers are going to do now so that the student is able to implement? Is it something they're doing while they're in the program? And is it something we still follow up when they're no longer students of the university? Thank you.
That should be our last question for today. And I will ask Dr. Martins to respond. And other panel members, if they have something to add.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah?
No.
Can they hear me? Can you
Is
hear
he
me?
audible? No.
Yes? Yeah. No, I was expecting to be the only person that, who had to field questions, and I'm hoping the panel would also assist. On the question of the RISE value chain model, I think it's something we are still building out in the sort of university. So we have made up our mind in the third year, which is next year, of rolling out our strategy. That's where our energy would be with academics, so that colleagues, is it not working?
It's not.
Yeah. So I was sort of responding to the question on the RISE value chain model, and how do we link this to scholarship and engagement. And so I think what I need to sort of say is that this is only the second year of us rolling out our strategy. So in the third year, which is next year, there would be a much greater focus to get faculties to sort of understand the concept of the RISE value chain, such that colleagues sort of understand that when we talk about sort of admissions and assessments, it's already talking to how does an academic reach out to those students that are potentially having to, or that will join sort of programs. So the whole notion of underpreparedness, what are we doing to students at risk, etc. But that is a focus that we would definitely spend much more time on in the next sort of coming year. On the question as to students and their engagement with linkages that we create within the COPs, our COP that is focusing on student sort of entrepreneurship has actually gone a step further, because the program director, Prof. Nthambeleni, is actively sort of engaged with this. We have created what we refer to as student entrepreneurs, sort of ambassadors. And those are students that are spending their time on campus just promoting entrepreneurship and getting other students to start to understand the concept and to get them sort of excited about entrepreneurs. We have realized that we don't have a lot of networks. We're not blessed to be in an area where we have a lot of industries around us. So we are spending a lot of our time getting out there and drawing industry into the university. So we are actively also looking at how we can start to link the campus much more stronger to sort of industry. And lastly, what we have also realized, instead of spending time bringing industry to us, we have started to focus on how we can, as a university, develop new industries. One example, or two at least, that we are currently busy with, we have our research chair, our SACHI chair, that is involved in shoulder flies sort of research. We have just created a joint venture with an industry partner to look at protein development that is then developed from the larvae of the soldier fly. So this is a totally new industry that we're trying sort of to bring and to create right here at our doorstep. It also offers students and academics another or a new focus of research. We have just also launched our beehive or our beekeeping initiative with another entrepreneur. We've created a couple of hives on campus, and this is also a new industry that we're trying to develop on campus. And in such doing, we want to excite sort of academics. We have an agriculture sort of department. So we want to encourage them to start to look at new research focus, you know, but that is still attached to sort of agriculture. So those are two examples as to how we are looking at bringing industry to us, but also how we are also starting to create our own value chain with regard to sort of new industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin.
Can
okay,
I
thanks,
perhaps
Bob.
just also add on how our business hub is assisting and also keeping engaged with graduates after they have completed their studies. So our business hub, like I said, it's community engagement. It's centered around community engagement, so it is open to everybody, the communities, also the graduates, and also current students of the University of Pretoria. So through mentorships, we offer mentorship programs from ideation to market. And we also have lifelong learning opportunities, training opportunities. So we partner with enterprises and faculties and other partners that we have, which are also in the private sector, such as APSA and PwC. So there we give different skills training. For instance, if a graduate needs to enhance their digital skills, we do offer coding not only for primary school children, but also even a university graduate who think they need to enhance their digital skills. And also through alumni associations, the students, they keep engaged, and they are also they are a university partner through the alumni association, because they themselves also can come back and give back to the university through the skills and also through the networks. They can extend their networks to the university for the benefit of other students. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps we can give the members of the panel one last round of applause. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks. As you could see, these are very enthusiastic and very passionate members about entrepreneurship. Thank you so much. Program Director, apologies for your time. Oh, even for me.
Dr. Mulaudzi. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We've come just quarter to the end of this session today. So as I am wrapping up, could I get an indication if the announcement on the leaderboard is ready, so that I can humbly request Boteliti to announce the winners of the most active participants on the leaderboard this afternoon. If it's not ready, may I, in the meantime, take this opportunity to appreciate all of you. You see, this last panel forgot that as a program director, I answered to you as well. I promise you a time frame, and therefore, with that, I want to remind you that on the survey, if you haven't done it, I've just responded to a question of whether in your work you have found yourself in a situation where your loyalty was splitted between your bosses, your colleague program facilitator, session facilitator, the panel, and the esteemed guests that you had to keep for so long. So please respond to your surveys, colleagues. There is survey 1 up to 4. You can do it within no time. You'll find that those questions, your responses are useful. I want to appreciate all of you for staying this long. But this is the time that I also want to appreciate my employer. It was indeed a privilege to sit and to direct the program where my employer is the council chairperson, the VC and principal. And shall I also acknowledge all the external stakeholders that has stayed with us and blessed us for this long. Thanks to you. I know at some point I was like the evil one, rushing you through the program. But I think we had a very insightful conversation. I'm waiting for an indication if the announcements are ready. Yes. Thank you. And shall I also acknowledge our local external key stakeholder? You didn't know, let me whisper, our mayor of the Thulamela municipality where the university is situated is actually here, and she's been here since this morning. And this is how we also want to show the privileges and the blessings that we have, because all the time when we have these important conversations, we have our local stakeholders. You should stand there to read. Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yeah, it's our top 5, ladies and gentlemen. On top we have Dr. Lawrence Diko, sorry I can't see the last name. Is Dr. Lawrence here or online? Oh, please come fetch your gifts. Let's go down. I can't see number 2. I saw Shoki, but the name is gone now there. Is Shoki here or online? Oh, okay. Hey, you see now technology is exposing me. Shoki Mujela, yeah, online. Oh, online. We're going to find a way of getting the gift to her. Number 3 is Maggie Muliko. Yeah, online as well. And then Mudiehi Ra. Mudiehi Ramulwa. I hope I'm saying the name correctly. Oh, it looks like this is for the online people. They were on fire on this one. And then lastly, we have Lerato Mufukeng. Lerato here, all of them online. Thank you very much. We are going to find a way of sending this through to them. And once again, thank you very much, everybody, for participating. Program Director, thank you.
Rodivuwa, thank you, Botiliti. Yes, we will find a way of sending the gifts to you. Thank you for the active participation. So let me do it the traditional way and report back to my employer, because after this I'm going to ask Registrar Advocate Rambani to come and convey the vote of thanks, followed by the chairperson of council. So we had a great 2 days, and we interacted, we engaged, we brought together some understanding, we shared, we clarified. There were things that appeared more common than others. Sufficing to say that there is a consensus that in dealing with and identifying risks, we shouldn't look at it as an isolated entity or process. It should be linked with the strategic process, hence the nature of the packaging of this conference. We did have Gainsimbi asking us the difficult questions in the beginning and wishing that we cover certain areas. And I want to just lift the last one that I think even Professor Mokhalaka Fleischman touched on, by bringing back Alexander and Nolchev 2020 in their discussion of the future university, and in indicating how that will look like, because that was part of what Mojanku asked us to look at. There is definitely an understanding amongst us that we have to reframe and relearn and unlearn certain ways of doing things in order to approach this in an integrated way. There was a lot of talk on excellence and quality, and making sure that our graduates have the attributes that we can say are global in nature. And it reminded me of the popular reading in my space of engaged scholarship. A mathematician, Prof. Chris Brink, has been an executive, reminds us of being good for. And Wo Tonderai reminded us of, particularly the local stakeholders, of also doing the research in the Biosphere Reserve for the Biosphere Reserve, not just because we are good at. It also reminded me, as I call Advocate Rambani, the registrar, to go convey the vote of thanks, that we should be reflective And be reminded that most of the time, we talk from a point of privilege. And naming and not confusing the privilege is important. When we talk decoloniality and decolonial process, some of us have privileges than others. When you don't have such privilege as a student or as a professor or a staff member or in the sector that you are at, you are going to stand up and do and not wait. And shall I appreciate all the scholars that you are this afternoon? Shall I appreciate that I know that you are going to carry these conversations? The network has been great. I'm sure you will be exchanging numbers so that we can create publications, we can create further conversations, we can invite each other. And thank you, Registrar. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Nechandama. You have actually done my job, and I must appreciate it and thank you profusely that you have made my job much, much easier to an extent that I know, borrowing from the words of Dr. Mulauzi as she introduced her panel, she said she was going to make people, she was actually talking to slumbering people that she's going to make them not slumber. And I think it was a wake-up call. We all became awake. Thank you very much, Dr. Mulauzi. You woke up every one of us when you confirm that we were not slumbering when we were slumbering. My responsibility is to pronounce on a vote of thanks for the conference that went on so very well. I must thank our council chairperson, who's just behind me here, and the fact that we came up together also serves as a whip on me that I shouldn't cause him to sit much longer. Otherwise, I may face some other consequence management thereafter. We thank you very much that you have been here nearly now for the whole week on other university business, and what was crucial was this conference. That he decided on his own that some of the things should be aligned so that as he attends the conference together with many other council members who are here, then he should also attend to other university business. We appreciate it. And we also appreciate council members who have been here for all these arduous 2 days. Some of them were even participating, such as Mr. Tsietsi Telite. He was also helping us to stay alive by making it a vibrant conference and making us start to think, what question should I ask and what should I think was the most important thing we should have had here. We thank all the mayors who have graced this occasion. Our mayor from Thulamela municipality and all the mayors from this region, Vembe, and all those who come from far and near, who have been with us since yesterday. My appreciation goes to my principal, our Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Nthambeleni, who opened this conference for us and also mapped out the journey well traveled, the road many people didn't want to go into, but that we took all the risk, and indeed we survived, and we are still going ahead. The journey is not yet ended. We thank you very much, and we must thank also our DVC Teaching and Learning Prof. Crawford, who also did his best in mapping out the whole process the university has gone through, and even participated in the panel, together with many others. I do not want to mention you each one by name, but there were those whom all of us are aware. Their opening statements took us for a surprise, and thereafter we were shocked on the level of preparations that they had put in with regard to their presentations. I want to single out I have difficulties in pronouncing that name. If that name could have come from me, I would have given him Gobintsimbi. But it's not Gobintsimbi. It's Sikutali Nyangintsimbi. It was so very interesting when he said he's being asked to set the tone already set. And thereafter I realized he came up with something as if the whole team that prepared this conference sat with him to map it out right from the beginning to the end. And I thought, I've heard enough. If I wasn't going to give a vote of thanks, I would have decided to watch this online from my office, saying I've heard it all. Thank you very much. I say all of you indeed were very much teaching to us. I can't say less about our chief director, Chief Mabizela, the historical part he gave with regard to the evolution of our institutions. And even our own Tendai Gondo, when he brought his own team here, he reminded me of a concept called amygdala, the element or attitude to either run or stand when you are faced with danger. When he said the COVID brought us a challenge, but at the same time instilled us innovativeness. We thank you very much. I won't even repeat what Dr. Zawada, as well as Prof. Crawford, whom I've already said, and who were led by our panel leader, Prof. Barwa, on the interesting processes they took us through together with Prof. Peterson and Dr. Laverne. We say thank you. Today was a wonderful day, and we cannot say we never had good enough presentation from Mr. Wiseman Jack yesterday. I moved back because when I thought of today, what came to my mind was our own professor who, on her own words, confessed that she's the only diminutive person or of a diminutive stature, but sending out missiles which were so devastating last night when we closed this thing that we were ducking and diving, trying to hide under the tables, being accused of always lying. That is Professor Feza, who indeed took us through again this first half of the day today. We thank you very much, and I can see she has already left. And all the people who made it very much alive towards the end, we really thank you. I must thank all of our esteemed speakers in the program. Some of them have been working with this university for quite a long time and in this particular area, such as Dr. Whittle, such as Prof. Palm, who have been always together, and they've assisted a lot in this regard. We did have sponsors for this conference, and we want to convey our greatest gratitude to APSA, to Adopt IT, or you can say Adopt It, to SAICA, to CHAP, who are also part of us in this institution, CHAP, Chartered Accountants, and also Microsoft. These companies are of great value to the success of this conference. Our conference attendees, both physical and virtual, you are very much appreciated. We were told that we were the third institution to host this conference. If we had an opportunity to say, Ingome Mnandi Yapindo, we would say repeat it again next year so that you have enough time to assess where next it can go. We would happily still want to have it here. But we are not so greedy, but it's just that we feel we are very much encouraged as a growing institution to cause a repeat, giving others an opportunity to learn more in order to do it better than we did. I must thank the members of the conference organizing committee. You did well by choosing me to come and pronounce the vote of thanks, because I became the only one who must learn everything so that I can repeat it today of whatever anybody has said. I'm not repeating it because if I do that, we will leave here most probably at 6 p.m. My book is full of all the statements I've allocated to each and every speaker, over and above the things that are in my head. So I'm better made wiser than all of you. You made a good choice. Thank you very much. Do it again in future. I'll be the most learned person. And thanks to all our risk champions. They've been here and they've learned. I'm sure you did learn a lot from our participant online from Canada. If you didn't attend yesterday, you missed a lot because we were taught how to become the Sherlock Holmes of today. For those who were not born when I was born, to know about Sherlock Holmes was one of the best investigators. If you have learned the tricks about the questions to ask, I think you'll be able to identify the risks within your institution. Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Corris, for that lecture you gave us. We all thought, how relevant is it with risk to know that words cannot lie, but people do? Then we were made wiser what it meant. I won't tell you because you didn't attend. I reserve it for myself. We thank you very much, and we thank you all. On the part of announcements, it's just that when we leave after our chairperson will have closed this session, there will be tea that is going to be served as you walk out, wherein you will continue with knowing each other. And the photos that you have been taking have been uploaded on our Univen conference app. You can go in there and make yourself copies of those photos or transfer them to your systems. All other else, the chairperson will tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Lambani, for summing up the 2 days that we spent here. I'm pretty sure your knowledge has quite increased, and you can now become part of the risk leaders within this organization. I also want to take a moment to thank everybody who made the time to be here at University of Venda for the last 2 days, including today. And really the purpose of this event, to sum it up, was to share knowledge, because knowledge is a very important aspect of our lives, and you can only know how to use it by sharing it and experiencing it through other people. In doing so, I thought I would share a few words with you. Words that form very important aspects of our role as leaders. As we go through a process of learning, it's important that the 4 things that I want to mention are important, most important in your minds. I refer to a concept called the basic circle of knowledge. That's very important for anybody working for institutions, because that teaches you to know about the institution's workings. The topic that we chose, for those that are involved in the organization, would know exactly before they start looking at risks and analyzing the risks, they should know the workings of an organization. Okay, sorry. Most importantly, I think we also managed to keep updated with the basic set of knowledge that I referred to. We were updated today, and we've gone beyond that. We've got a lot of things to take home with to our various institutions, and to continue to ponder about that. Some of the risks that are emerging that have been mentioned, and some of the risks that might emerge, and how you're going to treat them. It's important that we keep alert of trends, because knowing the trends make us think about the future and how to manage that. And also keep ahead of the news, current news, economic developments, things that affect us as institutions and as organizations. I want to say to you, the basic circle of knowledge for all council members, together with the executives, include core areas of knowledge, specialist knowledge, and corporate governance knowledge, and areas of literacy that require areas which is requires solid working knowledge. Knowledge of governance is a basic ingredient for anyone who becomes a member of institutions such as these or any large business organization. This involves general understanding of governance codes and rules that are applicable and best practice standards based on the exposure one has in the governance space. Executive teams, together with the board members, are always established because of the varied levels of wisdom and knowledge, experience and expertise in different areas of their work, and together with the various backgrounds. These skills are required so that we are able to run organizations. But whatever background you have, or experience that we have, it's very, very important that your knowledge circle of knowledge continues to be updated. All elements of the basic circle of knowledge are changing and getting updated almost annually. This takes place in both core areas of knowledge and areas of literacy. Somebody spoke about professors And I want to quote, "Never become so much of an expert that you stop gaining expertise. View life as a continuous learning experience." Close quotes. All executive, including all council members, have to make it their business to keep up to date and sharpen their skills on the areas that impact their basic circle of knowledge. There are various ways in which leaders, together with the executive team, can keep themselves continuously informed in that area. One of the things is attending seminars and workshops like this. Subscribe to relevant journals that could help us. Continuous online research using skills required as a search word. Participation in available educational and training courses. Attendance of relevant conferences and seminars. Participation in technical committees, working parties, and task forces. Teaching and mentoring other council or executive members as a way of continuous learning for ourselves, and also becoming members of the various professional bodies that we belong to. I believe with the process that we've gone through in the last 2 days, we've really enriched ourselves. And I want to thank everybody who's made the time to preparing and delivering their papers, and also for those that were here to listen, because we really benefit a lot. In short, we've come to the end of the program. We wish you well. There's a time to interact. I'm sure there's still an activity in the evening, and we'll get to know each other better. Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you.